Trustee Allen, Trustee Cruz, Trustee Bluefer Daniels, Trustee Santos, and Trustee Dygard. I would like to ask everyone to please silence all cell phones. Please rise for a moment of silent meditation. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and honor to the Texas flag. Superintendent House will now lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute, pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now lead the honors to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Next, I would like to ask Trustee Santos to please read our recognition of Bullying Prevention Month.
Bullying Prevention Month, October 2021. Whereas each October is National Bullying Prevention Month, a nationwide campaign to encourage people to become more aware of the serious consequences of bullying and to take an active role in its prevention. And whereas bullying and harassment are pervasive problems occurring at schools throughout our city, state, and nation, with 1 in 5 students nationwide reporting they were bullied at school. And whereas bullying and harassment cause lasting physical, social, and emotional harm to our children, and the trauma may contribute to long-term stress, low self-esteem, depression, and even death. And whereas students who are bullied or harassed are at much higher risk of poor academic achievement, absenteeism, and dropping out of school, and whereas the safety of students is always a top priority for the Houston Independent School District, and whereas all members of society have a responsibility to protect children from harm, especially in our schools, whereas students have a right to feel safe, welcome, and respected. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of Education of the Houston Independent School District, do by here proclaim October 2021 as Bullying Prevention Month in HISD in hopes that it may raise awareness and help end bullying and its painful impact on our children. Houston, Texas, this 14th day of October, 2021.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. This is an introduction of our special education conservator. I would like to thank Garrett Black, the Texas Education Agency's Director of Sanction Monitoring, for joining us this evening. Mr. Black, would you please introduce our new special education conservator, Catherine Seals?
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent House. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you tonight, even though it is virtually. My name is Garrett Black, and I'm the Director of Sanction Monitoring at the Texas Education Agency. In a correspondence dated September 29, 2021, the Deputy Commissioner of Governance and Accountability, Jeff Cottrell, informed the district of the replacement of Fred Schaefer by Catherine Seals to the conservator team to the district. Ms. Seals' role as a conservator for the district will remain the same as Fred Schaefer's and will include improving the processes related to child find and special education identification and interventions, addressing the inconsistent implementation of processes related to child find and special education identification and interventions, developing policies and procedures to ensure that all students receive a free and appropriate public education, addressing the communication regarding and the implementation of new policies and procedures, ensuring the individualized education programs are individualized for all students, addressing issues of decentralization and staffing for areas that directly or indirectly support or oversee special education, ensuring that parents are involved in making decisions related to their student services, ensuring that general education programs appropriately support special education services, and providing any other directives as necessary to ensure that all students receive a free and appropriate education, and to address the issues identified in the Special Accreditation Investigation Report. I would like to say thank you to Superintendent House and Office of Special Education Services Executive Director, Dr. Barrett, and his team for taking the time to meet with myself, Ms. Seals, and the other Houston ISD conservators, Dr. Doris Delaney and Dr. Molly Cordeaux, earlier this month to discuss Ms. Seals' transition and onboarding. We look forward to the work Ms. Seals will continue with Dr. Cordeaux and the Houston Special Education Services team to improve district systems that lead to better outcomes for students with disabilities. I appreciate your time, and I will now turn it over to Catherine to introduce herself to the board.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent House. I am Catherine Seals, and I have 29 years of experience in education. All of those years have been in special education. I've started as a special education teacher, then moved on to be an educational diagnostician. I then joined the special education department as a program director of special education, where I worked closely with the middle schools and compliance. I served as the executive director of special education my last 8.5 years. I look forward to working with Dr. Barrett and the entire Office of Special Education Services and to continue to support and help build on the great things Dr. Barrett's team is working on to help with our students with disability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is the hearing of the community with the students. Please note that we are conducting our hearing of the community in two parts in order to prioritize our students who have signed up to speak. Since the Houston Independent School District has reopened its board auditorium and meetings are now open to the public, any speaker wishing to address the board must attend meetings in person to read to their comments. Only those who have registered with the Board Services Office by 9:30 a.m. today may speak this evening. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to Board Services by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 5 student speakers who have registered for the hearing of the community this evening. Comments shall be limited to 2 minutes each. So that each person who has signed up to speak can be heard by the board, we ask that there be no disruption of the meeting by members of the audience, no abusive statements or actions, and no threats of confrontation, and no audible expressions by the audience or approval or disapproval. We ask that you please speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your remarks promptly when the time has expired. Will Brendan Robinson Jr. please come to the podium? Will Melody Monks please come to the podium?
Good evening. My name is Melody Monks. I go to Westbury High School and I am a senior. I would like to start by saying Thrive has been a life-changing program that I've joined. What Thrive means to me is that anybody can be successful. When you thrive, you are putting your best foot forward and not standing for mediocre goals. I say this to say, without Thrive, I would not be able to have knowledge on where to begin with college. I joined Thrive in the 10th grade. Since joining Thrive, Thrive has been prolific in providing scholarship opportunities and mentorship to prepare for attending an HBCU. During our monthly meetings, we talk about how to make our application stand out, how to apply for grants, and how to keep track of our own. Thrive has taught me how to be ready for the early stages of being an adult. I've gained my independence because of Thrive. I have had an opportunity to attend high school day at Grambling State University in Grambling, Louisiana. During this experience, I was able to tour the nursing facility, talk to the president of the nursing school, get information about sororities and clubs, network with other college students, and I was even able to go to the football game. The best thing about going to high school day was that I was accepted to their campus on the spot because Thrive has prepared me to bring what I need for college events like this. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I hope that HISD will continue to have this program after I graduate to help future students. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Robinson?
Hello, my name is Brandon Robinson. I am a graduating senior at South Early College High School. To me, Thrive is more than just a program. To me, Thrive upholds the very fundamentals of what it means to have family and to be a part of a family. Not only does it represent family, but it also represents growth and learning. Going into Thrive as a naive 10th grader, I kept my expectations low. I couldn't help it. I had little to no idea as to what to expect, but as I immersed myself into this program, I became so grateful for the sense of belonging that Ms. V had given to me. I immediately felt as though I belonged. As the program progressed and we dove deeper into HBCUs and the college experience, discussions like budgeting really helped me to get a clear insight as to what college is like. However, a key part of Thrive are the discussions. The discussions help everyone within the program become closer. 11th grade was when Thrive helped me the most, especially in the spring. When the pandemic started, the world felt as though it had become isolated. Ms. V ensured that Thrive kept going with Zoom meetings on Saturdays, making me feel as though life was still normal, and I wasn't so isolated during such an uncertain time. Within my 12th grade year, we're currently discussing college more in depth. We commonly talk about college applications, transcripts, and FAFSA in order to get ready to move on to the next crucial chapter of each of our individual lives. Currently, my 3 top HBCUs are Morehouse College, Bowie State University, and Norfolk State University. I would like to give a thank you to Ms. V for giving me a sense of belonging, helping me learn so much more about HBCUs and the college experience, and for helping me thrive so much more. Thank you.
Caleb Kemper?
Good afternoon. My name is Caleb Kemper, and I'm a senior at South Early College High School. For me, Thrive means to give it your all. And I want to thank Ms. V for the opportunity for me to be able to successfully know what I want to do in life after high school, whether it's college or helping other people know what they want to do as far as moving on and completing their goals. Thrive is a program that helps students with their academics as well as what they want to do. For me, Ms. V has been a great role model in my life, and she tells me what she thinks when she helps me understand better of what I should do for myself, to better myself, to get ready for life when it actually hits and when it's most important. The colleges I've looked at are Texas A&M, Prairie View, and I forgot the last one. But that's all.
Thank you. Sapphire Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Sapphire Williams. So where do I begin about Sergeant Dickey? He was the kind of man that to always be happy no matter what has happened. There were days where I myself was so depressed and lost, even to the point of giving up on life, that I even wouldn't want to come to school. I myself had planned to drop out in 9th grade, all because I was drowning in the inside and didn't know what to do. But the days I did come back was rarely. He would see me and call me to him and say, "Hey, Grandma." Right in that moment, he could always tell that something has always happened and give it the most sweetest and biggest smile and that he always had. Just by the way he could smile could turn my bad day into a good day. We would go to his office and talk. I would stay quiet at first, and then he would give me a look, and I'll just say, "I'm done. I quit." However, he never judged, never complained. He was just always there, just like a father that I never had. He would always talk about my future and what I could accomplish. We could sit for hours and just talk about how I could make it through it. There would be a better place for me in this world. He's the reason I'm here today, finna graduate, go to college. Because he was the type of person to see a potential in a girl like me and to always keep fighting for me to make it. That man was the definition of a good man and a sweet soul. He put his heart and soul into all the kids he taught throughout his career. He loved every single one of his students. When the day I found out of his passing was one of the hardest days I ever had to go through. In that moment, I felt like I lost everything. I honestly didn't want to keep on going. But I also realized that life could go in an instant, and that it could be all forgotten in such a short amount of time. And that's why I'm here today talking, so we as fellow students and peers can never forget what kind of man he was, and to also honor that we are forever grateful of what he has done in the world. Of what he's done for me. He has given me my life back and given me the reason to live. Based on the impact that he has had, we formally request that HISD rename the Stephen F. Austin Jr. RTC building the Sergeant First Class Freddie L. Dickey building. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Kiara Sledge come in? Kiara Sledge?
Apologies for that.
I'm sorry?
Kiara is currently unavailable, so I am her stand-in. I'll be all right with that.
Are you on a different part of the? He's a what?
I believe he's a student as well.
I am a student. We're good? Thank you.
Are you going to read her statement?
Yes, yes.
Then you may proceed.
Members of the board and superintendent, thank you for having me. My name is Eric Madrano. I am a senior at Austin High School. I plan to go into HCC welding next year. And I'm here to tell you about Sergeant Dickey. I'm here to tell you about the man who gave a lot to our community, to our school. Sergeant First Class Freddie Lee Dickey was a junior reserve officer training instructor at Stephen F. Austin School for 22 years, continuing a lifetime of service after retiring from the United States Army after 23 and a half years. Sergeant Dickey coached, taught, and mentored over 2,200 students at Austin High School. During his time at Austin, he was an Army instructor in the JROTC department, JROTC drill team, color guard, and air rifle marksmanship coach. Sergeant Dickey filled the position as the JROTC department head in the absence of a senior Army instructor running a program of over 200 students for over 2 years. Sergeant Dickey served the school and the local community in various capacities as well. He sponsored fall and spring events for the special education department, ensuring those students felt included and loved in the school. He organized and led dozens of food drives in coordination with the food bank to serve those who were struggling in the East End community. He had participated in and supported countless area events and celebrated around Houston. He led efforts to gather and deliver food and clothing to the homeless near the Austin campus. He was a role model to many. In his 22 years at Austin High School, he taught and coached cadets who, as they grew older, sent their own children, brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces to be instructed and mentored by Sergeant Dickey. There are generations of students who respect, love, and miss the man they lovingly refer to as Grandpa. And what he stood for by naming the JRTC building after him. That is all.
Thank you. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from speakers to specific agenda items. We have 5 registered this evening who shall be limited to 2 minutes each per board policy. Please speak to the agenda item you have signed up for. We also ask that speakers stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law, but you may name your own child. Our first item held for registered speaker is Agenda A1, approval of personal services performed by the superintendent, including speaking engagements, panel discussions, workshops, etc., in accordance with Texas Education Code Section 11.201E. Will Gary Monroe please come to the podium? He's also registered for item B1 and HOC.
I want to stand back from your podium because I don't want to hit it. But it ain't Gary Monroe that's up here. It's the 5-star general tonight. One of my kids got cut in the face at Yates today. When y'all going to address school safety? Very diverse crowd right here. The Universal Circus came to town and left 9 clowns. Now, I want you to think about sending me a trespassing notice in regards to anything that I'm saying tonight, because it'll cost you another 6 figures. So shut your mouth, sit there and take it. I spoke with you a few weeks ago on something that was going on at Madison High School. It's called the falsifying of teacher of records. Now, I'm going to speak to all 9 of you. You better pay attention. Because the last time I dealt with this a few years ago, somebody lost their job. Your principals are falsifying the records. You don't have enough teachers, especially at Madison, and you got substitutes giving grades. That is a violation of state law. You're the superintendent, and I'm a very attractive man. And I hate being ignored. As soon as I get through, I'm gonna push that button for that complaint to TEA and conservator. I hope you're listening. Because what I got, gonna blow the roof off this place. Now, what I recommend that you do is go get with your principal in the morning, because I'm gonna have this thing shaking like I'm Dollar Bill and this the Players Club.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is Agenda Item D1, approval of district improvement plans for 2021-2022. Will Daniel Santos please come to the podium?
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Daniel Santos. I'm the HFT Executive Vice President and a member of the District Advisory Committee, and I rise to speak on Agenda Item D1, the District Improvement Plan, specifically 2 sections. With respect to the section on wraparound services, we applaud the work of the department and especially of the wraparound resource specialists who have stepped up this year to serve the community's needs during a pandemic. As advocates for wraparound services in the community school model, we believe there is opportunity for improvement and urge the administration to collaborate with HFT on ways to maximize the good work we have seen so far. With respect to the sections on human resources and leadership development, HFT continues to express alarm over the district-wide turnover rate of teachers and the screening and cultivation of campus leaders. We understand that in addition to compensation, one of the top reasons that teachers cite for leaving HISD is campus culture and campus leadership. In fact, it is the number one reason. According to recent HISD exit surveys, HFT urges the administration to collaborate with us to support teachers with not only authentic professional development, but also with their concerns regarding campus leadership and campus culture. There is a path forward to our renaissance, and we need all stakeholders to be a part of the journey, including the Houston Federation of Teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is agenda item H3, authority to negotiate, execute, and amend an agreement with the Spark School Park Program for the improvement and construction of Spark Parks at various campuses. Will Catherine Omby please come to the podium?
I'm excited to see everyone in person, and I'm excited that this agenda item is on the board and that we will be making more Spark Parks in HISD. Some of you may know, and welcome Mr. House to Houston, and I look forward to working with you and your staff. Everyone might not know that Spark started in 1983 to increase park space in the city of Houston by using public school grounds. And to date, we work with 17 school districts and have just over 150 active Spark Parks. I'm excited to tell you that Spark Week is back. We are going to be dedicating 6 parks the week before Thanksgiving week, and 5 of those parks are in HISD. And I'm looking forward to some of the school board members, all of the school board members whose districts the parks are in, to attend. And Mr. House, I've heard that you're coming to one. And so I'm excited for you to be at Daly Elementary to experience a Spark Park dedication. It's good news. And so I also wanted to tell you that the Spark calendar is at the printer. And I will give you a spoiler alert that the cover is an HISD school. And it's at the print shop now, and we will be handing those out at the Spark Park dedications. And I brought everyone a coloring book. And so this also we give out to all the students at the dedications. And these are sort of recycled pictures from our calendar. And so thanks again for supporting Spark and for having these new Spark Parks on the agenda. And I look forward to working with all of y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is agenda item I3, acceptance of grant funds in support of district-wide and school-specific programs and authorization to negotiate and execute contracts required under the grants. Will Laura Lim please come to the podium? Our last item held for registered speakers is agenda item K1, approval to amend board policy, employee rights and privileges, personnel management relations, second reading. Will Hector Mireles please come to the podium? This concludes our hearing of registered speakers for agenda items. We are now ready to consider our discussion and reports items first. A1, approval of personal services performed by the superintendent, including speaking engagements, panel discussions, workshops, etc., in accordance with Texas Education Code Section 11.201E. Superintendent House, we are ready for your report.
At this time, I'll have Dr. Allison Madney to join us at the podium.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here this evening to walk you through our presentation for Goal 3 and Goal Progress Measures 3.1 and 3.3. And while the slides are coming up, I do need the thank you.
Oh, okay. Excuse me, Dr. Matney. I need to announce that we have moved to A2, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of Goal 3, progress measures 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you. So this evening, we are going to talk about progress measures 3.1 and 3.3. Originally on the calendar for tonight was also 3.2. As we started examining the data behind 3.2, we had some concerns around some pieces, so we need a little more time to investigate what those questions that we have are around that data. So that will be coming back in January, which is also already on the calendar to be presented then. So this evening, we'll finalize Goal 3 and Goal Progress Measures 3.1 and 3.3 for 11th graders. This goal is centered around status as of 11th grade. In November, we'll bring back students meeting TSI, which is 3.1. We'll look at all grade levels then. In January, we'll look at students AP, IB, dual credit, and dual enrollment, as I mentioned previously. And in February, we'll look at students meeting industry-based certifications in more detail, 3.3. So as a reminder, Goal 3 states the percentage of graduates that meet the criteria for CCMR as measured in Domain 1 of the State Accountability System will increase 8 percentage points from 63% for 17-18 graduates to 71% for 22-23 graduates as reported in 2024. So I wanted to start this evening by kind of setting the stage around what assessment looked like the past year and a half. It's important to provide that context before we get to these data points. So if you will look at the column indicated by 2019-2020, you can see our total students remain stable, but you can see specifically on the SAT line the significant decline between the previous years of participation and the 2019-2020 participation rate. So a little walk down memory lane. In March of 2020 is when we closed school at the onset of the COVID pandemic. In April, the next month, is when the SAT school day was set to be administered. So we lost a year because College Board provided no options for an online SAT assessment. So we lost an opportunity for students. So our 11th grade participation is significantly lower. That 6% were juniors who took the SAT outside of HISD, the school day. So it could be a junior who took the SAT in November, just wanting to get a jump on it or try it or practice it. But the majority of our students participate, and the participation rate is indicated through their school day administration. In 2021, you'll see a slight increase, but still a little more than half of what we're used to. In 2021, of course, we had a delayed start to the school year. We were remote only for 6 weeks. And then the first week back as an option for students to be in person is when we administered a school day SAT option. It was an option for students to make up for that missed opportunity from the year before. But again, we still had at that point about 74% of 11th and 12th graders learning remotely during that week last year. So some students took advantage of that opportunity, but some certainly did not. So our participation rate still was a decline over previous years. You will notice for TSI-A reading and math, however, that our participation rates were fairly stable. TSI-A, the TSI assessment itself, did have an online option to be taken at home. So that program continued as usual, and we were able to assess students in that way. So as we look at our percent of students that met CCMR, with including all of the indicators, our 2017, 18, 19 grads, we saw increases each year as indicators were added, as programming was added, making sure our students had those opportunities. And then our 2020 grads, we did see a decline to 62% of our graduates being CCMR ready. Again, 2020, that class had a normal SAT year, but as noted on the slide, we had 2 pieces of CCMR that were removed from the calculation starting with our 2020 grads. Our military-ready students were removed from the calculation, and then that half point for our CTE coherent sequence was removed from the calculation. That is where a student is in a sequence of courses. For CTE, doesn't necessarily take an industry-based certification, but it matriculates up to career coursework. So the removal of those 2 indicators, and as we were doing some goal setting around this goal, we talked about how that was going to be an impact, and that was taken into consideration as we set that target, that eventual target of 71. So progress measure 3.1 talks about the percentage of students who by the end of 11th grade have demonstrated college readiness by satisfying the Texas Success Initiative, TSI, requirements, either through the SAT, the ACT, or the actual Texas Success Initiative assessment, TSIA, will increase 8 percentage points from 24 to 32 in 2024. So as we look at these results, a reminder that this metric is for our 11th graders. We set it as 11th graders because we wanted it to be an early indicator as students were heading into their senior year, and it might be too late to change course on some literal courses sometimes. So you can see here we went from 24, pretty steady for 3 years, 2019-20, our TSI dipped to 9 for 11th graders, and then came back up last year to 18 percentage points. But again, even though we saw a doubling from 19-20, we're still not back up to that 24, which was our target. So we are indicating did not meet. A couple of reasons. Number one, we talked about the SAT, but we also wanted to point out here, we had a decrease in PSAT and national merit participation because of some of this. So the lack of a lot of those scores, that helps students get prepared. It helps students, really understand SAT specifically as we look at our programming. So that's critical to that piece as well. So this is the same data, just broken out by each of the assessments. So TSI is the measure, but you can meet it in 3 ways. There's a TSI metric for SAT, TSI metric for ACT, and a TSI metric, of course, on the TSI assessment. So again, you can see here that we have SAT as our largest impact on this metric. For example, in reading, if we look at 2021, 28% achieved TSI, 25% was SAT, and then we have 25% met it in SAT, 6% met it for TSIA, 2% met for ACT. In math, we see similar patterns as with reading, just the numbers are a little bit lower. Our students are more successful in the reading sections of this. So we definitely want to see those numbers increase in all grade levels as we prepare them for college and career readiness. So we do break it down by students with disabilities meeting that TSI reading, and this is a really exciting slide. We see that our students with disabilities actually increased in 11th grade in 2020, 2021. Several things accounted for that. Lots of collaborative work between the college readiness department and our special ed department. really looking at programming for our students with disabilities, taking the charge of really having that be a focus area from the trustees and making that happen for students. We had about 1,000 students with disabilities in 11th grade, which is about a 200 student increase over previous years. So that indicates our identification efforts are working as well. And so we were excited to see that increase for students with disabilities on this indicator. So again, we break it down here by reading and math and by each of those areas. Similar trends, SAT is where we see our highest percentage meeting that level. So next steps. Excited that we're going to be able to provide the Khan Academy dashboard for all of our high schools, and that's going to provide data to our teachers and our leaders to monitor where our students are in these indicators. So PSAT results, SAT results get loaded into Khan Academy. There's a partnership with College Board and Khan Academy. Free tutoring, free lessons. It's a wonderful resource for our students, and we really like for them to be in there, working, showing progress. But in the past, there hasn't been a way to really aggregate that up from the classroom and even the individual student level. So this dashboard's going to help provide some of that data to help monitor and watch this. Also linking curriculum to the skills necessary for TSIA success. Some of the skills are a little different from the TEKS, and so looking to see how we can refine and combine that. And then, of course, addressing the COVID impact in a variety of ways, ensuring that we're bringing those numbers back up, because the numbers up mean the students are being more successful and their programming is more aligned to what their needs are. In looking at 3.3, this progress measure looks at the percentage of students who by the end of grade 11 have demonstrated career readiness through an industry-based certification. Will increase 18 percentage points from 0 in 2019 to 18% in 2024. And I'll just remind you, we discussed this when we were setting this progress measure and going through the approval process. The 0 didn't mean that we had no students achieving this. We had some data file anomalies that year. So I just wanted to make sure that we point that out. We definitely had students taking the certification exams and earning certifications, but we were not tracking the data that year and receiving it in the way that we are now. So in looking at percentage of students demonstrating career readiness through those industry-based certifications, we have, again, this similar trend when we look at 11th graders. We had 10% of our 11th graders in 1920 earn an industry-based certification. In 2020, 2021, that dropped slightly to 9. There was a concerted effort to really get students up for the coursework while they were learning remotely. Industry-based certification coursework typically needs to be in person, lots of hands-on, lots of lab work. And so our teachers and staff work tirelessly to get students in the evenings, on weekends, safely to complete that coursework, and then, of course, to go in and take those exams. When we look at the percentage of students with disabilities demonstrating career readiness through IBC by grade level, just again, a slight decline from the 7 for 11th graders the year before to 5 last year. Next steps. When we look at next steps for 3.3, K-12 CCMR alignment. So what that means is we don't want to wait until students are entering their senior year to look and pick something for an accountability measure. This is really about a pathway to career success for students, and looking at, even from the middle school time period, even the elementary time period, what opportunities do we have for students? How are we opening up their eyes to lots of various careers, opportunities, what aligns with coursework, and having it flow through all grade levels instead of waiting till that last minute. And then connecting certifications to employment opportunities. Letting students know this certification can lead you to this job if you're going to college or if you're not. You can still have this career opportunity with these certain certifications. So really just that communication line, opening it up, ensuring students understand the opportunities that industry-based certifications can lead to. And that concludes the presentation portion.
We are ready for comments or questions from trustees for each item of discussion. We will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. Trustees, please log in to speak. Trustee Dygard.
Thank you, as always, for these presentations. It's a good snapshot of how our kids are doing. First question is, can we have end numbers for the percentages in the future, especially since our enrollment has fluctuated over these COVID years? I think it would help us put those percentages into context.
We can definitely do so.
Thank you. So ESSER dollars, and actually I'm going to start out by pointing out some highlights I saw in this. One of them is students with disabilities on packet page 19. You know, as you've pointed out, you know, this is a place where we made some growth. So, you know, thank you for showing that despite the challenges, that the strategies that you've implemented have made progress for our kids, and especially during the challenges of COVID. And it shows that even with these challenges, that when the right inputs are put into place for our kids, that they can achieve, and we can move in the right direction for our kids. I also noticed that on packet page 28 and packet page 29, while some of the student groups, or none of the student groups, you know, they all fell, but some of the student groups met the target, and some actually exceeded the target, while others fell short of the target. And so, you know, kudos in the areas where we exceeded those things. I'm curious to understand, you know, have you been able to identify what were the strategies that were put into place for those student groups that achieved that success of exceeding or meeting the target for the year? Again, recognizing it isn't where we want them to be, but given all the challenges, turned out better than it could have.
Yep, sure. Dr. Madden, would you like to share some insight in reference to where some of those data pieces showed growth and where some lagged behind?
Sure, absolutely. So in large part, we see that at the by-campus level, and that's really dependent, regardless of the student group, on the programming at the campus. And the buy-in, looking at the counselor processes, looking at supporting those programs for all students across the board.
So what I'm hearing is on some campuses, you have identified some best practices through this process that then you're looking to expand across to other schools.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, next round, thank you.
Trustee Flynn Villaseka.
Thank you so much for the presentation this evening. I'll start off with the 3.1 GPM, page 5, packet page 15. I'm curious how we performed in comparison to the state on the same measures.
Dr. Madden?
I do not have that in front of me.
Okay.
And they won't have 11th grade specifically pulled out. That's kind of something unique that we do for this piece. But we will have graduates with that once taper comes out.
Okay. That sounds good. I know that we customize a little bit more on the GPMs and the overall goal, but I'd be curious to see if there was some kind of comparative data, given the trends that we all experience, or the experience that we all experienced over the course of the last 2 years or so.
Once that taper data comes available, we very easily can make that comparative.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Also on page 7, are we on track to meet the goal of 26% this school year? I know it's early, but how are we gauging that at this point in time?
Dr. Matty, can you provide some insight?
Are you talking about slide 7, the one that's on the screen right now?
Packet page 17.
Yep.
So on this one, even though we did not meet for 11th grade, honestly, we are thinking we are, but, recovering from the last spring, 2 springs ago and last year has been a challenge, making sure not just the opportunity to test, but ensuring students are academically ready to actually be successful on the test. So that's the heavy lift, is ensuring that they are ready and monitoring that along the way.
Okay. And just one of the things that I wanted to also point out, a little bit of a concern is that this year's goal is the same as the baseline of 2019, 2020, which was also the same as 2016, 2017. So what could we do to exceed the expectation this year so that we can have some more transformation as far as our outcomes are concerned?
Dr. Madden?
Yeah, so remember, some of the conversation around why we set those targets that way is because this is such a lagging indicator, not just that we're looking at a graduating class a year later, but also the programming that goes into this. Again, like I said, you don't just wake up senior year and say, you're going to do this CCMR point, and you're going to do that. It's really a continuous process. And so making substantial changes in programming at campuses takes time to matriculate up. And so looking at making sure that we kind of level set while indicators were removed from the CCMR calculation. That's why this was a stretch to maintain that 71, because pieces were removed and then it takes time to build that programming in.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then on page 9, packet page 19, could we elaborate on the increase of students' performance despite the downward trends across the student groups?
Sure, Dr. Maddy?
Yes, so I'm moving to
Packet page 19.
Packet page 19,
Mm-hmm.
Slide 9.
Correct.
So this one,
this is where I think Trustee Dygard was talking about the success with this particular student group.
Right, so with students with disabilities, again, so a lot of this is just awareness, making sure that staff knows that, for example, there's an accommodation process for anybody that has an accommodation to take the TSI assessment. So making sure that we increase the opportunities, increasing opportunities to test, and then also having that supportive piece in place for students who are taking the test are prepared academically. So with students with disabilities specifically, those 2 departments really joined forces and looked at how we can increase opportunities for kids, and then the outcome was success for kids. So really exciting, and both those departments are looking forward to continuing that, because even though that is an increase, we definitely want to see that higher than a single digit.
Absolutely. All right. On 3.3 GPM, I know we have, just to point out, I know at the top of the screen, or at this first slide, I think we have IBC. There's an explanation that what that means. It's industry-based certification, but maybe we want to spell that out for our general audience in the future, just so we know it's an acronym.
Sure.
Okay.
Definitely do so.
And then on packet page 13, packet page 23, what are we doing to ensure students are on track to meet the goal in this school year?
Dr. Madden?
Yeah, so again, it's about programming, making sure that we have those courses active at campuses, and that and not just the coursework, but this one is really about taking that certification. So I'll give you an example. There was last year, as the majority of our high school students were learning from home, there was an opportunity that our career readiness department saw in a certain certification that would really work alongside some other certifications, and it was an online module. So they looked at how we can leverage what certifications are available and what ones meet and match some of the other ones, and bring those opportunities for kids. And so we saw some success there. And again, looking at what certification programming works at each school and increasing those opportunities, getting the teaching staff there that can teach those specialized courses, ensuring the materials are there for certain courses. And that's, an ongoing, and they've been very successful in increasing and growing that program over the years.
Thank you. And then on packet page 15, or page 15, packet page 25, I'm just curious as far as the K-12 CCMR alignment. Does the district want to elaborate on some of the current opportunities that we're doing to extend downward into the middle and elementary school levels?
Sure. Dr. Madney or Deputy Superintendent Cruz, would you like to interject here?
I'd be happy to do so, sir. A lot of exciting things have happened around working with our middle schools and elementary schools. I want to give a big shout out to Michael Love and his team that have invested over the past few years in terms of not only offering CT-type coursework in middle schools, but even having activities. So, for example, they have an initiative they implement across middle schools and elementaries where they're read aloud. So it's a literacy-based initiative, but it's career-based. So it's to get kids to start thinking about careers through reading text. Again, the alignment piece is really important, so making sure that there are seamless pathways, because as you all know, under House Bill 5, students have to make decisions around what career pathways they want to take in 8th grade. So Mr. Love's team, or Mr. Love's former team, has been working very closely with the middle and the high schools to make sure there's that alignment piece and that students and families are aware of those pathways, and also the PGP completion. The team, there's a central team that has been focused on working directly with students in schools to making sure that we get those PGP completion, which is the personalized graduation plan where students indicate kind of their major, if you will, like what career pathway they want to take. A lot of work has been done to ensure that students in 8th grade are exploring careers. They do that through Naviance and a curriculum that the College Readiness team developed, and then making sure that they're actually indicating which ones they want to participate in, and there's a follow through the high school level.
All right, thank you. And the last question that I have are, how are we leveraging ESSER funds? To be continued.
Thank you, Trustee Song.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent House, for the presentation. Is the reason why these are coming to us last minute before meetings because of the change in the calendar? And in the future, will we start to get these presentations at the same time that we receive our board agendas?
And I'm not certain what it looked like prior or whatnot. Dr. Maddy, do you want to share some insight in reference to kind of the change in?
Yeah, so what we've done is we've built in a piece where we actually review with several other groups, just to make sure we're not missing anything, make sure that we're setting the presentation up for success for y'all, that you're getting the answers that you want. And so that timeline has put us on this, that it's not immediately available, but then we make refinements and post it then.
When is it typically posted?
I believe, and board services may have more, but I believe Tuesday before the meeting.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know, then I can know to look for it. It's helpful to me to see it in advance. Thank you. The TSI, I see that students can meet that measure. We actually have more students that are meeting TSI than are taking the TSI, and that's because you can meet TSI through pre-SAT and through SAT and ACT. Is that why?
Correct.
Okay. What is the equivalent pre-SAT score that you need to earn TSI readiness?
Dr. Madney?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but there is a conversion chart.
And it has changed in the last year?
Yes, it's now the TSIA 2.0, and so they did some reconfiguration on cut points with this. So, but there is an updated conversion chart.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to appreciate that you're disaggregating the students with disabilities for each of these metrics. It's something that the board asked following our special ed ad hoc committee in 2018, with precisely the hope that you would go through the process and that it would drive further thinking about what we could do to support students with disabilities and further collaboration between the departments. So I'm glad that's happening, and thank you for that reporting.
It's definitely a major focus that we want to ensure to get right, and we know it's an area that we've lagged behind. So it's definitely a push in the right direction.
Thank you. I'm glad to continue to see that. For the further guidance to students on certifications, is that happening in conjunction with endorsement conversations? Those are those 8th grade conversations Chief Cruz was mentioning?
Yes,
Dr. Cruz?
ma'am. We developed a curriculum in-house, leveraging Naviance and other resources in partnership between our college and career readiness departments, so that 8th grade students are getting that information and they're exploring careers, they're completing career surveys, if you will, that give them information around their interests, their skills that they have, their interests, and then they're making those decisions as part of that process.
Great. And then that workforce solution item later in our agenda today, is that connected as well?
Yes, and the Career Readiness Department works very closely with Workforce Solutions, with the Houston Greater Partnership, and other employer organizations to identify trends and opportunities, really, for us to provide certifications that lead to meaningful careers.
What are some of the most popular industry-based certifications our students are earning?
So we can certainly provide you with like a breakdown by type, but I know that one that's very popular, for example, is Microsoft Office certification, which I know everyone knows how to use Office, but that certification is very rigorous and difficult and provides students with skill sets that they can work in actual career environments. But it really varies by program that's offered. I mean, we have lots of career-based programs. Technology is starting to increase, but we can certainly provide you with a breakdown of the types of certifications.
Thank you. Yeah,
I think Trustee Sung, just FYI, I think one thing that's extremely important is that we ask that same question to employers.
Absolutely.
So as a part of what I'll be sharing a little bit later in terms of strategic direction and plan, we will be having some roundtable discussions around what that will look like with different groups, including employers.
Fabulous. I look forward to seeing that. And then page 42, I appreciated the look forward in the superintendent's response. Could you explain I've directed my staff to continue using only the TSI assessment to meet the dual credit prerequisite. Could you tell us more about your thinking around that?
Sure. Dr. Cruz?
Sure. So for students to take dual credit coursework, one of the biggest barriers for them has been that they have to show that they're TSI ready. We've seen the greatest success with TSI-A, which is the exam. It's not the same as TSI, it's an exam that helps you meet the TSI standards. And the students who have taken those courses have seen the greatest success. The other thing is the flexibility of providing that course multiple times and scheduling it almost any day at campus. It really helps our students as opposed to, for example, the PSAT or the SAT they take once a year typically, or PSAT. The TSI helps us offer it several occasions so that students have multiple opportunities. And again, we've seen it to be the most effective way to get kids, because the tricky thing about dual credit is that you have to be college ready in order to take many of those academic courses. And students, of course, want to take those dual credit courses in 9th and 10th grade. So they're already being held to a very high expectation. And so the TSI has been the most successful strategy. And we've done things such as expand significantly the number of our school sites where the kids can take the tests, centrally fund the costs related to TSI-A administration, and really encourage more participation in it.
And is that kind of TSIA support available at all campuses now, all high school campuses?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent House, I just have a couple questions. They're sort of follow-up questions that I've had before, because my concern is, as we talk about the pathway for career success. Now, we talk about the 8th graders deciding their pathway. I don't know what I was thinking about in the 8th grade at 13, 14 years old, and it surely wasn't a pathway. It probably was softball and a few other things. So it concerns me, as it did previously, that we have our scholars trying to make a decision like that, so critical about their pathway. And I'm concerned that, of course, we've had COVID for the last 18 months. So that means that 8th grade students now were primarily 6th grade students at the time. And are any more students signing up for epidemiologists or something since they've been out for that period as a pathway? And I say that sort of facetiously because I think that though we have historically relied on eighth graders to make that decision. I think it's something that we should look at even by the 10th grade as a process, because it's going to change. I mean, we change phones, we change computers every year or two. So I don't think that the eighth grade is a good gauge for that. And I just want to ensure that the career readiness training classes are tailored to specific needs of the communities. Because what was good 2 years ago may not be good now. And I'd like to see a survey that will be done for the students in eighth grade and 10th grade with multiple choices so that they can go back and revisit that. Because again, an eighth grader at 13, 14 years old, it would be difficult to know that they have any idea as to what they want it to be in their career post-graduation. So I wanted to make that comment because I think it's really, really important. I don't want us to take that for granted and still concentrate on just the eighth grade.
And
Thank
Trustee
you.
Bluford Daniels, what I will say is that that eighth grade landmark is not a means of locking students in from a career standpoint. It's an opportunity to start that conversation around exploration. And actually, the earlier the better. It also is an opportunity to find out what you don't want to do as well. So it's important to have those conversations early.
I agree. Continue, even later.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
Okay, so thank you for taking us through that chart of the different years of 11th graders taking the different exams. So I'm sure we're all very concerned about the number of 11th graders that took the SAT last year. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is students that didn't take it last year could take it this week when it was administered. Is that correct? So they would be current seniors, right? Is the administration looking at that aggregated number, right? It's the same group of students, but actually who actually all took the PSAT of that group of students. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so for this metric specifically, we look at 11th graders. You know, there's SAT is offered something like 11 times a year.
Yes.
So we look at all of those. It doesn't matter when it was offered. We look at the aggregate for that group of students.
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like most of the kids only take advantage of the school day SAT, right? So my concern is if less than half, I mean, it was right, 48 or something, right, 48% took the school SAT, hopefully that number jumped this week. I'm just concerned about all the doors that are closed if they don't even take the test, right? So that's my question, is the administration looking at like which students are still being left out after even this week? Does that make sense?
Yes, that's absolutely something specifically the College Readiness Department's looking at. It was a definite concern in making sure that those opportunities were there, which is why this was added in for that group of students. There's going to be another assessment given in March of 22, of course, for our current seniors, for some that might be perfect timing and for some that may be later than what they're looking for their college planning. But there will be one more opportunity. But yeah, we're looking at all of those data points just to ensure that students have that participation opportunity.
Thank you. And even though we're not looking at it in this metric, could that aggregated data of the number of students, 11th graders taking it, be shared with the board?
We can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And then I'm excited to see that students with disabilities, you know, that number in TSI and the industry-based certifications is growing. So kudos to everyone that works to that means. So you said 1,000 students in 11th grade are identified with disabilities. Is that correct? Out of how many? What's the total number of 11th graders? Do we know? Or last year 11th graders?
Not off the top of my head.
I got it.
Okay. I guess my question is like so this 4% is 4% of students with disabilities, not 4% of the class, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So my concern is, even though that's a jump and that's great, what other opportunities are our students with disabilities being given?
About 12,500, just FYI.
12,500, okay.
And I'm sorry, the rest of your question was?
So what other, if only 4% of our students with disabilities are meeting TSI reading and math, and what was the number for the industry-based certifications? I can't remember what slide that was on, for students with disabilities.
That was 5%.
Okay. So what other opportunities are students with disabilities being given, or, are we really making sure that these numbers are going to grow? Like, what is the district envisioning?
And we'd be glad to provide a breakdown of students with IEPs and the different opportunities that are out there. We can definitely work with our SPED department and what that looks like.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. And then my question also is, so the District of Innovation was brought to the board because there was a concern that there weren't enough skilled teachers to teach industry-based classes. Is that gap still there? And if so, has it gotten bigger or smaller?
The gap is still there. We can provide some insight. Dr. Cruz, do you know kind of where we've gone in terms of the scale, whether we've increased, decreased?
We can get you the data, but I will say anecdotally, it is a challenge. I mean, especially now with the workforce, it's an employer's market. So many of the individuals that we try to get in when they have those skills, like they can make a lot more money elsewhere. And so it makes it difficult for us with the requirements to bring those people in.
Thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
So, thank you, President Allen. So, on page 15, the K through 12 CCMR alignment, I'm glad to know that these alignments have already been implemented, but tell me, how will we measure the success of the alignment? How will it be manifested? Is it going to be certificates? Are we going to graduation and from, being aligned with a particular decision by the student?
Sure. Dr. Meddy, would you talk a little bit about the progress monitoring here?
Sure, absolutely. So I think at this table here, you'll see that 11th grade number go up. You'll probably even see the 10th grade number go up slightly. So that will be a direct impact that's seen. The other piece that's a little more intangible is hopefully student course movement won't be as significant. So if a student, for example, starts thinking and planning, understanding Trustee Bluford-Daniels that none of us really knew exactly at a young age, but some students do. And so if they know and they're thinking about it ahead of time, then they can start taking those courses as sophomores, as juniors, instead of waiting until, I didn't know about this course until my senior year, and I missed out on an opportunity for an industry-based certification or, whatever the case is. So hopefully some of that will come together. But again, most dramatically at this table, it's the 10th grade and 11th grade bars going up.
Excellent, thank you. And then with respect to our progress report, obviously we're looking at data from 18 months of the children being out of school, off campus, virtual, not attending school, what have you. But would you agree with me that with the utilization of the ESSER funds and to obtain increased programs and tutoring and the children being back in school, that we should see greater outcomes for the children?
Of course, with the ESSER funds, it's almost an equalizer for what they've missed. So eventually, we do expect to get to that point, but that's going to take some time, and that's one of the reasons why the federal government has focused these funds over the course of 3 years. So yes, we definitely want and expect to see value-added growth with our kiddos, but many of them have suffered learning loss, and I hate utilizing that word, but it is truly what it is. But we plan to see that kind of growth and development over the course of time.
Yeah, because that was going to be my next question, the time frame thing. So you all don't have a feel of when we should see an impact from all of these programs that we're implementing right now?
Dr. Matt, do you want to share a little bit about kind of what your thoughts are there?
Yeah, so, it's really going to vary, but ultimately, you know, there's a lot of research put into the ESSER funds, and applying them for the next 3 years, that really is, you know, it's going to take time to pull out. Some of those significant drops that we saw in math impacts all these things that we talked about today. You know, I didn't have a math star slide up here, but students who performed poor on math than they used to may not be quite as ready to pass the industry-based certification. So it is going to take time to fill in that learning and then make sure those students have opportunities in their schedule to take these courses.
And so therein lies my concern. So if it's going to take 3 years, let's say, our kids who are graduating next year, are we putting extra focus in directing funds to assist them? Because those kids don't have 3 years.
Yes, and that's a part of the deployment of funds that we've already started pushing out is, and Dr. Cruz, you can share a little bit, and I think we have shared a little bit, but we can share a little bit more about what those campus-based funds look like from site to site.
Sure, Superintendent House. So, for example, as it pertains to college career readiness, some of the things that we've already invested in, of course, increasing the number of counselors, increasing the number of college career advisors through the ESSER funds. That's very important because we know that, especially for our seniors and juniors, there's a lot of catching up to do. And right now, one of the big challenges we have, to be frank with you, is not just helping the kids through the processes of applying for college or getting an industry certification, but also in getting their mindset back to that. There have been a lot of trauma and kind of decisions that have been made that disproportionately have impacted our low income and minority communities. And so our college advisors, or college career advisors, are working really, really hard on that. So we've invested with the ESSER funds, the expansion of the number of college career advisors. Every campus is also receiving, and there's a methodology that Dr. Matney developed, a certain amount of funding to use for TSI specifically, so they can deploy that however they see best fit for their campuses. So for example, if they want to bring in an organization that does SAT preparation or TSI preparation, they can do so. If they want to have their teachers teach that, they can do so. So they're getting that as well. And then as you all saw in one of the previous slides, there's also the Khan Academy dashboard, which is an incredibly powerful tool that for the first time we'll have access to for all of the high schools. We piloted at 6 schools, but it'll now be available to all of them. And that gives them not just performance data, but participation data. It breaks it down by standards, so we know what, so administrators and teachers can know what kids need to learn, so they can be more efficient in getting kids ready for the TSI and for college career opportunities.
Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you, President Allen and Dr. Matney, Mr. House. I'm glad to see that the students with disabilities are meeting their TSI reading and math goals, and that we have the Khan Academy dashboard in place. On page 42 in the superintendent summary, I appreciate the in-depth analysis of the scope and sequence and how that relates to the SAT and the ACT. We know that we don't want to teach to the test. So can you explain a little bit more about what it says right here? The curriculum must also be explored, and what we're doing with that?
Sure. Dr. Matty, you want to share a little additional insight here?
Sure. So, you know, our curriculum in Texas is based on the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. College Board in SAT and TSIA and then the ACT test have a little different skill set. So although there is a great amount of alignment, what we want to just make sure we do is investigate and ask the question, are we missing an opportunity to embed not test questions, but either processes or additional vocabulary or ways of questions are asked, again, not as test questions, but just in the curriculum, how can we refine things? We just need to investigate and look. That could be an opportunity we're already taking advantage of, but if not, that would be a great opportunity to shore up.
Thank you. Do you have a timeline for when this will be done or completed?
I do not. I believe we're possibly waiting on staff.
Well,
Is that correct?
Partially, but it's ongoing as well. Just doing that crosswalk to see what it is that the SAT, for example, offers or test our students on, again, content, not strategies, content, right? And making sure that we're identifying the adults. So that's happening right now as we speak.
Thank you. My next question is on goal 3.3. We know we didn't meet the goal as a district, and we have the data broken down by some of our special populations. Do we have the data broken down by certain areas or feeder patterns, certain areas of the city where we're seeing some growth, or some differences, so that maybe we can replicate that?
Dr. Medley?
Yes, absolutely. And again, y'all will receive your by campus lists. And that's really what the Career Readiness Department does, is look at that, and they're able to see a program on a campus and then see where it can be replicated elsewhere.
I guess my question is more about the feeder pattern working in a better way than other feeder patterns that may be doing something similar.
So let me understand. I'm still not quite clear on your question. So if one feeder pattern is seeing success, you're saying what that might look like in terms of duplication in another feeder pattern that has a similar demographic look or whatnot?
Yeah, so even there's some feeder patterns that have, a certain program, how we can replicate that even with a different program in place.
Got it. Yeah.
Is there anyone that comes to mind that we would just be able to think about off the top of your head? No? Okay, so I have two more. I know that which industry-based certifications do we have that students and businesses are both colliding, where we know that there's a need and a want, but we don't have the staff or the teachers to actually have the courses?
And that's a part of, again, some of the roundtable discussions that I'll be talking about here a little bit later around our strategic calendar and direction, because we have to ask that question to industry. What is it that you need, so that as we plan and move forward around adding different industry certifications, that we can ensure that we're meeting the demand of the industry out there. We don't want to just push kids through industry certifications and there's no opportunity out there. So we'll continuously be studying what that looks like and making the necessary modifications as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. And then my last statement / question is, I agree with Trustee Bluford-Daniels that, students in 8th grade may not know what they're doing, may not know what they're doing in their future lives, right? They're still pretty young. At some point, HISD had a policy where I believe that once you chose a certain area, you had to stick with it, and there was very little wiggle room. We just have an update on where HISD stands now.
I'm not familiar with that particular policy, but I will defer to Dr. Cruz to provide some additional insight.
So the law requires that the plan be finalized by 8th grade, signed off. I'm sorry. State law requires that the plan be developed in 8th grade. We get parents to sign off on it in 9th grade to give them a little bit more time to finalize it. But by law, they're allowed to change it up to 10th grade. So we do offer schools that flexibility. We continue because we see lots of students who don't have the information and are changing their minds. So we certainly promote that and encourage students to change. But again, the later that you make the decision, the more difficult, because the less time you have to make course adjustments and meet the requirements for other kinds of endorsements.
Thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Allen, Dr. Matney, Superintendent House. So my question is going to be piggybacked off of Trustee Bluford-Daniels. In the idea of addressing learning loss, what are we doing for our kids with our social developmental skills that they've lost within these last 2 years? So a 6th grader would have been out of school for the last 2 years. You're entering 9th grade. You go from big fish to small fish again, carrying over still that 6th grade mentality into 9th grade with no social growth. And so where you would, if you're a 6th grader looking up to an 8th grader, you're like, okay, this is taking the social cues on how to act, how not to act, or just their social development.
Yeah, and I heard a statistic here most recently, earlier this week, that nearly 2/3 of the children that are in our middle schools across the country are brand new, have never really seen a middle school. So it's a great question, but there are a lot of supports that are being provided at not only the middle school level, but the high school level, because it's the same issue at the high school. Many of our kids at the high school haven't been there before. So the SEL work, the wraparound services, those are all major focus areas that we're really paying close attention to, because it's not just about having a brand new group of sixth graders. It's a group of sixth and seventh graders, and eighth and ninth and 10th graders. So it's definitely something that we're paying closer attention to. Excuse me, Dr. Cruz, any additional information you want to share in reference to kind of what we're doing ESSER-wise with SEL and?
Sure, so I think you hit the nail on the head, Superintendent House. I'll just add, we did launch this year, in addition to, of course, the things we've already alluded to, the addition of wraparound specialists, counselors, et cetera. We're implementing a new initiative through which every school has a teacher that we are training and providing a stipend through ESSER to help build a capacity teacher, and their job is to train their fellow teachers on SEL practices and best practices and strategies. So in addition to the direct support department offers, the counselors and so forth, we're trying to build a teacher's capacities as well.
And so my teacher advisory committee basically has said that they're overloaded, that their day is just extremely difficult. So by the time that 4:15 rolls around, like those additional supports, like the tutoring or whatever, they're just drained, they're done. So if we could hire maybe, I think we used to use Dr. Cruz, it was Century 21 that would come in and partner with our after-school programs, and the kids would be able to see a fresh face. And that after-school programming right now is critical for our students to be able to engage and let out some of their heebie-jeebies and their wiggles that they haven't been able to get out, right, in the last 2 years. So I know that our teachers are under so much stress right now that I want to honor our teachers and not just overload them with more to do. Okay, and so, I'm sorry, one more, my last question.
Mm-hmm.
So, for now, TSI is used again, so the TSI, what does that stand for, Dr. Manning?
Texas Success Initiative.
So the Texas Success Initiative, when our kids test, what can they use a TSI for?
Dr. Manning?
So the TSI threshold, so there's, again, 3 ways to meet it. So you don't have to take an additional assessment. But what happens is if a student meets a threshold, then they do not have to take remedial classes in college and university. So they can jump right in. If they do not meet that threshold, then depending on the college or university, they're placed in different remedial classes to get them ready for
So this isn't just for community college, this is for a university level?
Correct.
Nationwide?
Not sure if it's nationwide. I know it's state.
State, yeah.
Okay.
Could be, but I know the focus here is at the state level.
Okay, just how much focus in dollars is going to TSI? How many of the percentage of our kids are going to in-state schools as opposed to out-of-state schools? And I just want to make sure that our dollars are proportionate to what our kids are doing. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Round 2, Trustee Dygard.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn-Villaseka. I had the same question that you did. So how are we leveraging our ESSER dollars, both with regards to where we're having some successes as well as where we still have challenges? What does that look like? I'd really actually appreciate that showing up in future reports. Those are a lot of dollars. We know our children have had this disrupted learning, but specifically on this, what does that look like with the leveraging of our ESSER dollars?
Of course, this semester is the first semester where we've had the opportunity to leverage those dollars. As we indicated earlier, we'll be providing those campus-based descriptions of how those dollars are being utilized. And it's at that time period now that we'll be able to measure exactly what's working, what we need to duplicate, what different socioeconomic areas of town are seeing, what kind of successes with which programs. So we're in the midst of that work right now. But being that this is the first semester that we've rolled it out, really the kind of progress monitoring data is to come.
So how are you currently using the ESSER dollars as it relates to these progress measures?
Yep. Dr. Cruz, will you share a little insight here in reference to the utilization of the ESSER currently?
Sure. So it's a multifaceted approach. I think Trustee Dygert, you already alluded to one of them, of course, the tutorials, because we know that students have to have the academic catch-up, if you will, in order to be ready to be college career ready. Again, we are also, as I mentioned, we're funding things, for example, out of the ESSER funds, the Khan Academy dashboard for administrators at all the high schools. Every school is getting, every high school is getting a discretionary amount of funding, ESSER funding, to spend specifically on TSI readiness. So they can, as I mentioned, they can go out and procure services, resources, software, whatever is best for their campus to address TSI preparation. Again, I think we about double the number of college career advisors we have in the high schools right now to provide additional ongoing college career readiness programming. Working with community-based organizations through ESSER that provide students with, for example, outside learning opportunities that are grounded in college career readiness. So we're seeing more of that. Expansion of the counselors and trying really our best to provide more resources around this specific space.
Thank you.
So the academic and college counselors, are those, is it just, every school gets one, or are you targeting that based on, some kids, and you and I've had this conversation, right? That we have kids who stayed on track, but other kids that didn't stay on track for career or college where they started in high school, right? And so how are you targeting those supports for the students who have fallen off the curve? What does that look like?
Dr. Cruz?
So it's a very data-informed practice. So I'll give you an example. As we looked at the deployment of the college career advisors, one of the most important data points we looked at was the National Student Clearinghouse post-secondary enrollment reports. And I want to stress, we saw decreases across the board with all major student groups. So we are seeing that decrease. Some groups hit harder than others, but we disaggregated the data even further. We saw that within certain GPA ranges, for example, the drop in college enrollment was more significant than in others. So as we looked at all of that data, really David Johnson and the college readiness team figured out how do we allocate these limited resources, because at the end of the day we're operating with limited resources in a way that's really equitable, so that the students and the campuses that have greater need get a slightly more support than others. But all campuses are getting more college career advising. That's across the board because all of our campuses need it. But we looked at the NSC data, we looked at the TSI readiness data to see where our students in terms of their readiness to also allocate resources in that way. And then again, but the NSC I think was probably the strongest one, because that's what was painting a very alarming picture. I think we saw like a 12-point decrease in college enrollment, for example, as a result of COVID, consistent with most of the country and other districts as well, right? But
and higher ed as well.
Using data.
Is that in the aggregate or a specific student group?
That was in the aggregate, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, specific groups is even more pronounced.
So for whom was it more pronounced? Actually, no, we're not talking about college, we're talking about CTE and TSI, so I'll retract that question. SAT, last year that was opt-in. This year, is it every kid is going to take the SAT? And are you going to have a fall option because you have for 12th graders? Because last year your 11th graders, if they weren't in school or the parents didn't decide to send their child to school that day, they didn't get a free scheduled SAT and the parents have to figure it out on their own. So what does that look like for our 12th graders this year?
Sure, Dr. Maddy.
Yes, so we just recently had an SAT option specifically for 12th graders that did not participate. So campuses identified those students in collaboration with the College Readiness Department, and so they offered that, and this was an additional fall assessment day, so specifically for the reasons you just outlined.
So when was that fall day?
It's either this,
was it last
I think it was last week.
Yeah.
And they will also have the opportunity, we're giving them to take the test in the spring as well. So the seniors had both the fall and they will also have the spring to take the test.
Hold on a second. So I asked my child's school about a fall SAT date and I was told there wasn't one.
There was a fall SAT date? Absolutely.
All right, my next question, and this is a follow-up on Trustee Daniels, the pathways in middle school, I understand, what the state law is on that. How are we assuring that we're not tracking kids that they are not, following a career path because, this particular thing interests them that is a career tech pathway, but then they get to high school and the door is closed for them to go to college.
Dr. Matt, do you want to share a little insight there? Before you do, that's definitely not the intent. It's an exploratory opportunity, and again, as I indicated earlier, it's an opportunity to also understand and know what you don't necessarily want to focus on and what you want to do. Of course, as we talked about, we don't want to wait too long so that you don't put yourself in a position where you don't have the kind of credits that add up to where you want to be. But I'm still a proponent of starting earlier. I previously even started at the fifth grade level and having some of those conversations as well in an organized manner. But it's definitely not the intent to track kids and place them in a certain place and lock them in terms of their mindset. Definitely not the intent. It's really to explore what those opportunities look like and what it can be in the future for them. Yep.
Trustee Song?
Trustee Dygard, I want to note the research I've reviewed around students who study career certifications in high school is that they're actually more likely to go on to college. And there can be a variety of reasons for that, but just to note, it's not either or. I want to dig in a little bit to something Trustee Guidry brought up, which is actually looking at particular classes and, are we making it or not making it? So let's take the class of 2022. So this year's seniors whose data we're looking at from their junior year, last year. So if we go to page 5, slide 5, our target for our 2022 grads is 68%. Right, so that's a 6-point growth from the last purple dot that we have. If we go to slide 7, we don't have that data yet for the class of 2022. But I'm wondering what our internal information shows, because that's quite some growth that we want to get to this red dot, that 26, in order to, and we don't have a lot of time with them. So I'm wondering, with the Khan Academy, with all the other strategies, the ESSER dollars, how do we feel about where we're headed for this class?
Dr. Mehdi,
For this group. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the juniors in 2021, so it's this 18, right? So they're at the 18, and we have this ambitious goal for where they're going to be by the end of this year. But given that they were 6 points below the target here, what are we doing to really supercharge this year's seniors?
Yeah, I think that hits on such an important point, and this is something that we are monitoring and watching. The TS, especially given this slide is just about the TSI, but I'll tell you, the vast majority of our CCMR points come under TSI. So this specific slide is of great interest. And so again, to echo some of those ESSER dollars around tutorials for TSI, for college readiness, is really targeted at those seniors, juniors especially, in order to help overcome some of that. Also, if we fast forwarded, we didn't see anything really different in the industry-based certification slide either. So in looking at that area, there's been, the department's reported there's been a big push for seniors to look at how they can overcome if they didn't take an industry-based certification last year, but maybe they were in the class. If they didn't take the test, but maybe they were in the class, and shoring up those opportunities for seniors specifically.
Okay, and then you said next month we're going to get TSI data for all grades. So
Correct.
It's, again, this year's seniors, we should see if we're
Correct.
closing that gap a little bit. Okay, and then you went ahead to where I was going to go. Slide 13. So I'm looking at industry-based certifications. Again, the blue bar, that last blue bar is our last year's juniors, this year's seniors. We should have some sense, right, of whether we're going to make it or not. How are we feeling?
Dr. Mehdi, any predictive?
So it's for class of 22, specifically for industry-based certifications. We have the students in the courses, but again, they have to sit for and pass the assessment, and that in large part doesn't take place until the summer. So our success rate is, we're confident about that, but again, some of those skill sets, the teachers are really spending these first 6 to 12 weeks really assessing where those learning gaps are. They're different for every kid. It's not like everybody experienced a gap the same way. They're different for every kid. And so when you're talking about courses that integrate lots of different subject areas, science, math, English, social studies in some aspects, they've got to really pinpoint where those gaps are to be able to shore those up on an individual basis. And so I think we feel good about where we're headed based on participation in the courses, and making sure that teachers are armed with the data that they need to make those adjustments along the way, and then having the ESSER dollars to come in and help support those efforts.
Okay, thank you, and I really appreciate everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Trustee Cruz?
Do we have more students taking the PSAT 8-9 than the actual SAT? Do we know?
I don't have that off the top of my head,
Okay.
but we can get that.
Okay, just curious. And then also, I know in the past at a board meeting, the number of students taking both, like simultaneously, or the same student taking AP classes and industry-based classes, what that number is, and then how many of them are actually passing the AP exams and earning those industry certifications. Again, it can be later. My next question, are we targeting the students that were within a close range to earn the CCMR bonuses?
Dr. Madney, any insight there?
So like if the like to get the CCMR bonus, you have to demonstrate college readiness below income. So students that were like within a really close range and either were college ready but didn't enroll or whatever, what are we doing?
Yeah, I'll point that towards Dr. Cruz if you don't mind.
Absolutely. In fact, when we talk about the additional SAT administrations that we're providing, we specifically targeted those students who are within close range and did some extra outreach and encouragement and ensure that they were preparing for it and had the opportunity to test. So yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, you spoke about the middle school initiatives, and that was also in the superintendent's report. And my question is, how do you know that those initiatives will actually help meet the goal progress measure and thus the goal?
Dr. Madney?
So experience, when we see putting programs in place in middle schools and then we see it matriculate up and prove into solid results. It may be a program that is, again, the exemplars that have happened on other campuses, and so that's why we replicate those.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Buford Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. I know we keep talking about these 8th grade pathway goals, 8th, 9th, 10th. I guess my concern is, obviously there's some concern from most here. Trustee Santos mentioned about the wraparound specialists and counselors being overloaded. And because we're looking at pathways and most of you all are not visiting my community and communities like mine, just know that Wheatley is close to the ship channel for longshoremen, and Cashmere and North Forest are close to Metro. So that's an opportunity. I don't know if you all have reached out to those places for perhaps opportunities for career pathways. But I wanted to say too, I'm concerned, obviously, about how it's promoted or how parents are informed that after the 8th grade, parents have an opportunity to work with their children to choose a pathway by the 10th grade. How is that promoted to the parents? And then 2 questions, that one first. And of that, what is our percentage of 9th grade dropouts? For 20, I guess, we wouldn't know until right now for this year, 21, 22. And you may not even have that information. I understand, but I think it's something we need to look at. Because we talk about pathways, 8th grade decision making, and then we got dropouts by the 9th grade.
We can definitely pull that data for you.
Okay, please do.
Daniels. Yep.
So my other question, that was the other part. Maybe I should do them one by one, so y'all won't let my questions fall off. Don't let my questions fall off.
All right.
What was my first one? The dropout percentages was one. And how do we promote the opportunity for parents to know that they have an opportunity for change for their children by the 10th grade?
Dr. Madney? Or Dr. Cruz?
That is something I want to look into. I don't want to misspeak. I think we can certainly do more around communicating to parents. So I'll make note of that and touch base with the team, and we'll address like what we're currently doing and what we can do in addition to what we're currently doing.
And Ms. Buford Daniels, you also mentioned something again as a part of our strategic work, bringing certain industry to the table as a part of the roundtables. That's a part of what we will be doing to ensure that we get additional insight around what the needs are out there, so that we can hopefully ensure that, you know, the production of the skill set in terms of students is able to match some of the opportunities and needs that are out there.
Thank you for that. And that's why I brought up the fact that those organizations are really good career jobs that are out there in the community. And because I am out there, you know, understanding the landscape, I'm not looking at it through numbers through geographic, what do you call those things? Satellites. I'm out there in the communities, and I know that these are good opportunities. That's why I wanted to share that, to utilize that probably as a base for career pathways, because, you know, the reality of it is a lot of the children in our school district are not going to 2- and 4-year college. We've already determined that. I mean, that's indicative from the numbers. So we want to have every opportunity for these young people that are not going to college to be able to have a career and go to work and remain in the communities. So thank you. Okay, I got more time. I was done, but I got more time.
Trustee Hernandez?
Thank you. I just want to, so I know I'm gonna keep on going with this theme of school choice and, career opportunities after 8th grade. So what is the process? Let's say a student wants to change their pathway and during the 9th grade. How difficult or easy is it to change to a whole nother school after you're in high school, right? So if that school doesn't offer, the school that the student is currently in doesn't offer a program that they are interested in, what is the process of the school choice?
So once they've gotten into high school and
then
essentially
changing it.
spent a year or shorter period of time and wants to transfer over to a different program at a different high school. So what is the process you're asking in terms of them transferring and what
In terms
those
of
pros and cons?
difficulty of doing so for the student.
Got it. We really have to get some additional insight around what that looks like and maybe follow a particular situation around a kid and study it. I can't tell you off the cuff.
It's possible for them to change to different school during high school.
It is possible, but what I would probably more want to concentrate on is what are the difficulties that
What
the kid
continue in it.
may have. So yes, they can transfer, but you know, will they put themselves in a position where the credits are not working, you know, towards what it is that they had rolling before at the previous high school is what I would worry a little bit more about, and that's why the counseling early on the front end is extremely important to match the interest, to match the skill set.
And how there can be continuity within HISD, so it's not that difficult for them to transfer. Then I did want to mention one other thing, because I do remember my first board meeting, we approved for a carpentry program to be at Austin High School, and which is in the East End, and
I believe it was Chavez or Milby, one of those schools. It was two high schools, both in the East End. So there was two programs that were like carpentry-based in the East End. So, definitely, I know we've mentioned it before, but looking at where these programs are placed in the city and that they're equally spaced out because we don't want, all the carpentry programs to be in the East End.
Right.
And I think those were the only two that we had, and they were both going into the East End. So what that looks like in terms of equity for the city in general, I think is very important, because from my understanding, it was the principal saying, hey, we do want this, right? But on our end, we do have to actually understand that there's two programs that are very similar going in within miles of each other. So how do we space those out? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, we will now move to accept the presentation given to us. May I have a motion? May I have a second?
Santos.
We have a motion by trustee Blueford Daniels and a second by trustee Santos. Please vote. Trustee Dygard? We have 9 in favor, 0 against. Seeing that we have been here for 2 hours, we're going to take a 10-minute bio break and return at 7:10. attachments are new. Items B1 and H1 and their attachments have been revised, and revisions have also been made to item H2 and attachments to items I1 and K1. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussion and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in Board Policy BBFA Local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. Consideration of items held for abstention and/or discussion. We will now consider items held for abstention and/or discussion. Each month, all action items begin on the consent agenda. If a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify the District Chief of Staff, Sylvia Tran, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the voting meeting. Trustees, as a reminder, everyone had an opportunity prior to this meeting to submit additional questions after agenda review to the administration. The Q&A document has been updated to reflect the additional questions. The updated Q&A was sent to all trustees and has been posted on the district website. Trustees requested the following items to be held from the consent agenda. F1, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the College of Education and Human Development at Texas A&M University and Houston Community College to offer dual credit courses for high schools offering career and technical education programs in education. F2, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service to recognize Harris County 4-H for eligible extracurricular status under the Texas Administrative Code and to approve the adjunct faculty agreement. I-4, approval of the October General Fund Budget Amendment. Trustees, I have additional items to be withheld, which require a motion, a second, and a vote. I move to hold from consent agenda item K7, approval of proposed revisions to Board Policy DH Local, Employee Standards of Conduct, second reading. Do I have a second?
Second, Santos.
We have a motion by Trustee Allen and a second by Trustee Santos. Is there a discussion? Please vote. I'm sorry, Santos, did you have a question? Please vote. We have 8 for, 0 abstain, 0 against. I move also to have the consent agenda item K11, approval of proposed revisions to Board Policy GE Local Relations with Parent Organizations, second reading. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Allen and a second by Trustee Blueford Daniels. K7B, K7B? We're just voting to pull that. I think we're on the next one. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 opposed. Trustee Sung, I believe you have a motion to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, in order to follow BBFA local and abstain from votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest, I move to hold from the consent agenda item H3, authority to negotiate, execute, and amend an agreement with the Spark School Park Program for the improvement and construction of Spark Parks at various campuses.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Flynn Holly. Bill, a second. Please vote. 9 for, 0 against. Do I have a motion? Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Dr. Allen. I move that we pull from consent B1, I5, I-1A 210402, packet page 180.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Santos and a second by trustee Song. Please vote. 9-4, 0 against. Trustee, this is you?
Yeah, but it's 7B, so it's part of 7, so I think it's okay. You already pulled it. You already pulled it.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Santos, did you get both of yours in that one?
I said, I asked for B1, I-5, I-1A, job number 210402, packet page 180.
Okay, B1?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that was for K7, packet page 180. Sorry, yes.
But
B1.
B1.
I-5, I-1A, job number 210402.
Thank you. Did we second yours and voted on, did we vote on yours? Okay. Thank you. Our first item held from consent agenda is B1. Is that correct? Well, she said B1, B comes before. Approval of amended resolution ordering November 2nd, 2021, general election from Houston Independent School District, single-member districts 1, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Superintendent House, I just wanted a little further clarification. So all of these precincts and voting locations in everybody's respective districts, Lisa, is this everything that we're voting? Like, it's not matching the harrisvotes.com.
Correct. So what's in your order, which is being amended tonight, it lists the voting locations located within the single-member districts that are having an election, and it directs the board as well as the voters to the full list that's maintained at harriscountyvotes.com. So you're adopting both. You're adopting the full Harris County list, but you're giving notice of the locations that are specifically within each one of the single-member districts that are up for election.
So, for example, on Harris Votes, Moody Park is listed on Harris Votes, but it's not listed under District 1 here. Is that's not going to affect?
It should be listed under District 1 here, but it's not going to affect because you're adopting both. You're adopting Harris County's list and what's listed
Okay.
here.
Thank
What's
you.
in this order is both.
Okay, thank you so much.
And we'll make that correction to make sure that. Thank you, Trustee Santos.
Yes, thank you, Lisa, I appreciate it.
Trustee Song?
Another question to Lisa. I noticed there's some spelling errors here on some of the names. Is that important, worth pointing out now, or doesn't matter?
There's spelling errors where?
The
For
name
some-
of a poll.
For her name of a polling place? Go ahead and point it out now so that we can make that correction, so that board services can make that correction.
Okay, thank you. Precinct 432 is Pilgrim Academy. There's just a misspelling. It's spelled Pickgrim. Page 9, fourth from the bottom.
Seeing no other questions? Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. Another clarification. So polling locations are subject to change up until Election Day and are posted and updated on harrisvotes.com. Is that saying that even if we approve this tonight, if there is a location listed here, Harris County could change that?
That is correct. So you are adopting both. You're adopting what's on this document, what's on Harris County's website, and we will keep trying to bring this to you right up until Election Day, but you don't have another board meeting. So what we will do is at your board meeting that's after the election, you'll go back and actually ratify all of the locations that were actually used. And the reason that we have to do that, and we do that every year, is because both early voting and polling locations are changed right up into the last minute based on availability and voter access issues. So as we get information from Harris County, we try to, Board Services tries to bring that to you, but also notifies the voters that they need to be monitoring Harris County website because that can change. And then if it does change, it's brought to you to ratify.
So again, I just want to be very clear, a location could be on here tonight that we vote for that on Election Day is not actually a polling location.
That is possible if Harris County makes that decision.
Okay.
And also, Trustee Dygard, just as a clarification, we actually don't change anything from Harris County that comes to us. We get it from them as it is and are not apt to make any changes to
No,
it.
and I safely presumed that we aren't making changes at the district, but Harris County could take something off of this list or move a location on this list even after we vote for it.
That is correct.
Okay.
And that has been the case every month.
Okay,
That's why
thank
this
you.
item has come every month.
Got it, thank you.
I just wanted to.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
To note on page 8, the precinct 0095, Econo Lodge West, is mentioned twice. It's also mentioned on page 7 or packet page 52. And then also, it's not Judy Bush Elementary School, it's Barbara Bush Elementary School. And it's listed as Judy Bush Elementary School.
And I'm looking over to Board Services, making sure they got that.
Packet page 53. But then there's also, it's listed as precinct 1002, but they're correct. Barbara Bush Elementary School is listed as precinct 0645, and it's listed above, so I'm not quite sure. And it's the same address. So we just need to eliminate the Judy Bush Elementary School.
We'll make those changes.
And then Houston Marriott West Chase is also mentioned twice. So the last 3 on the bottom of page 8, packet page 53, they just need deleted. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions in the queue, please vote.
And board members, I'm getting information from Board Services that they've actually printed exactly what Harris County has sent to us. So we will send those corrections to Harris County so that those corrections can also be made in their records as well.
9 for, 0 against. The next item on the agenda is F1, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the College of Education and Human Development at Texas A&M University and Houston Community College to offer dual credit courses for high schools offering career and technology education programs in education. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Dygard to accommodate her abstention. May I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second by Trustee Santos. Please vote. Did you have, I'm sorry, we have.
I just wanted to comment both this and my other abstention. I have a family member who works for Texas A&M, was not involved in any of these things, but just for transparency, I'm abstaining from this vote. Thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. Eight for and 1 abstain. Our next item held for the consent agenda is F2, authority to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the Texas A&M Agri-Life Extension Service to recognize Harris County 4-H for eligible extracurricular status under the Texas Administrative Code and to approve the adjunct faculty agreement. This item is also being held at the request of Trustee Dygard to accommodate her abstention. Trustee Dygard? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. We have 8 for and 1 abstain. Our next item held from the consent agenda is item H3, authority to negotiate, execute, and amend an agreement with the Spark School Park Program for the improvement and construction of Spark Parks at various campuses. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Song to accommodate her abstention. Trustee Song? May I have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Eight for, 1 abstained. Our next item held for discussion is item I1. 21.04.02, held by Trustee Santos. Trustee Santos?
Thank you so much, President Allen, Superintendent House. I do believe in systems in place, but as one of the teachers spoke tonight, our renaissance is in each and every one of us. And I just, out of respect to our teachers and how overburdened they are, I think that prioritizing our money where our morals is more important than having this come before the board during the time of COVID. I will be voting against this, and that's why I've asked to separate it. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, do you have a motion?
So moved. Sung.
Do you have a second? We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
You already separated it, you're voting on the item.
We have 7 for and 2 against. Our next item is I4. I4 is approval of the October General Fund Budget Amendment. That item is being held by Trustee Dygard. Trustee Dygard?
Right, Ms. McBride?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do we need a motion and a second before we can discuss?
Yes, if you haven't had a motion in a second yet.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee and a second. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Trustee Dygard.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So I now understand with more clarity why the ESSER dollars are not included in this item. And my understanding from previous conversations is we're going to get updates on how those ESSER dollars are spent, correct? What I also hope, as I mentioned in the progress monitoring, is I hope to see in future progress reports, how we're using those ESSER dollars to their maximum advantage for our students on our goals within our constraints. And so I look forward to seeing that in future months. Thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. Eight for, 1 against. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item I5, approval of the funding for implementation of time and attendance system. This item is being held at the request of Trustee Santos. May I have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments or questions? Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Allen. I just want to remind our colleagues that some of this software goes out of date in 4 years. That $16 million could be used to put raises to our support staff. We were supposed to get them at $15 an hour. That's the money that could have gotten there and paid our support staff a living wage, or been halfway to the $5,000 salary increase we were supposed to be getting to by this month. But FYI, thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. Seven for, 2 against. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item K7, approval of proposed revisions to board policy, DH local, employee standards of conduct, second reading. This item is being held at my request. May I have a motion? May I have a second? We have a motion and a second. My comment is, I move to amend board policy DH local by consistently using either his or her or their throughout the policy. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. May I have a discussion? And I will start the discussion. Throughout K7, at the beginning, they changed their to his or her. They changed his or her to their. Then if you go 2 pages later, it says his or her. And then if you go a few paragraphs later, they changed his or her to their, and then again, they changed his or her to their. I'm only asking that they be consistent, either their or his or her. You want to make a motion to change it to their? Because my motion says either one. My motion is either one. I It's consistency. I just want consistency. If somebody else wants to make a motion for either one. Okay. Who else is going to talk? Trustee Santos?
So I guess I want to strike some language from K7B. Do I add, can I just?
There's a motion on the table.
Wait.
We're talking about, yeah.
Okay, so then I'm in alignment with Dr. Allen. If we replace it with his, instead of his or her, we just use their. So can you, I'm offering that friendly amendment to your amendment.
So there is no friendly amendment because there's been a motion and a second and some discussion. So we need to vote on the motion as is, or if someone wants to.
Well, Dr. Allen, could you just change your amendment to like, instead of his or her?
It belongs to the body at this point. So you can either vote on her motion. You still want to have some discussion? Okay, so go ahead.
Trustee Flynn Villasecca?
Not on this particular motion.
Trustee Guidry?
Thank you, you answered my question earlier.
Trustee Hernandez?
Because it belongs to the body now, but you've had some discussion, so the administration knows that you want it to be there. So even if this motion passes, it will be there. You said his, her, or their. Consistently use it. They
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote. We have 9 for, 0 against. Our next item held is item.
But we still have to go back to
I think that was it. To the original motion?
Correct, to adopt the item. And I think there might be, are there other amendments, or are you ready to? So are there other questions, discussion in the queue? So that amendment has been adopted. We have not adopted K7 yet, and it's still germane to have further discussion on K7.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Allen, Superintendent House. I move that we strike on K7B, packet page 180, page 6 of 10, that we strike number 2 completely off of our local policy.
I second.
Motion and a second.
Do I have to read it out loud, Lisa?
No, we don't do discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Trustee Dygard?
Question for legal. Is this required language for us to have in this policy?
This is language that is already in your legal policy, so
Okay.
whether it's in your local policy or not, it is the law, and
Okay.
it is what HISD would comply with.
Okay.
So
That's all I need to
striking
know.
it from your local policy, I
Okay.
mean, you're not saying you're not going to comply with it.
You've answered my question. Thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. McBride.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue for discussion, please vote.
I was in the queue. I was in the queue.
Trustee Bluefer Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. I have some concerns with this, obviously, like Trustee Santos. I know that the laws have changed, but as a mother, grandmother, et cetera, it's concerning to me that we possibly may have people on campuses with firearms. And someone mentioned earlier when it came to the dais about a situation with a young person with a knife. So it's just concerning to me, and I wanted, for the record, I wanted to be stated that I have some real concerns with this because safety is our priority. As I've often said, as a mother who's lost a child, it's very difficult. My preference is that children leave home in one piece and come home in one piece. And so I'm always concerned with, I know the law has changed, but I'm always concerned with firearms on a campus, be it that you have CHLs or not. You know, I have CHLs, but I'm very, very careful about where I store my firearms. So I just wanted to say that for the record. So thank you.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, and I just want to say thank you to my colleague, Trustee Bluefer Daniels. I know that we share a lot. Our communities are right next to each other. My 9th grade best friend was shot in the mouth, and guns are not something that we want on our campuses, particularly because they may become a threat for our students, and that's not, we're in the business, to quote Trustee Sung, to educate students. So I thank you to my colleagues that were in agreement with me. Thank you.
Seeing no other trustees in the queue, please vote.
So this is to strike it.
We have 9 for, 0 against. Now back to the original item for K7. Approval of proposed revisions to board policy, employee standards of conduct, second reading. Do I have a motion? And a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. Our next item on the agenda is item K11, approval of proposed revisions to board policy, GE Local Relations with Parent Organizations, second reading. This item is being held at my request. I move to amend Board Policy GE Local by adding the words "in writing" to the end of the last sentence of the paragraph. We have a motion and a second.
We have to make the main motion before we amend it.
Second first before you make your amendment.
Yeah.
So just to bring it up for discussion, just get a motion and a second with respect to GE.
The
local,
original.
And then when we go into discussion, you can.
And then
make
do
your
the motion second again?
And then you make your amendment, you state you want to talk, and then you make your amendment.
Yeah, the next item being held for discussion.
Yeah. So the next item held for discussion, you said that? I said,
Okay.
May I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Okay. May I have a motion? Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. I'll begin discussion. And I will start the discussion. In this item, it says that the principal needs to be notified if someone is doing a fundraiser on behalf of the school. I just wanted to change it to so that it says that the notification has to be in writing, not in the parking lot, not at the store, but it must be in writing.
Madam President.
Second.
Suggesting that in writing go at the end of the second paragraph under fundraising before CDC local for district acceptance of gifts and solicitations. Is that where you're suggesting that the word in writing goes?
Yes.
Second.
Do I do the motion and second again? Do I do motion and second?
You made a motion.
Okay.
No, this is the discussion. That was already.
Okay. There's seeing no other additional discussion,
The motion.
please vote. We have 9 for and 0 against. Got it.
Pat, the motion has been amended, now we vote on the amended motion.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on K11?
Main item.
Since there is no other discussion on the K11, the main item, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Just a vote.
Oh, okay, please vote. It's 9 for and 0 against. Do I have a motion, consideration and approval of minutes from September 9th, 2021, and September 30th, 2021? We have a motion and a second by Santos. Is there any discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against. We are now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions?
For item C2G, I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Madeline O. and Robert O. versus HISD before the Texas Education Agency docket number 245-SC-0821 on the terms discussed in closed session effective October 15th, 2021. So that's, oh, okay. Just for clarification, that's the one
We know which one it is.
that has an "or" on the back.
We know. You don't have to do that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
No.
Please vote.
Okay, oh,
No, you can't discuss this. It's closed session stuff.
Santos?
vote. It doesn't matter. Thank you.
It does matter.
I mean,
We have
it was already
7
presented.
against and 2 abstain. Do we have any other motions?
I move that the board authorize the administration apply for a general waiver for homebound services in the matter of Madeline O., Robert and Krista O. versus HISD docket number 245 SE 0821.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by trustee Dygard. Any discussion?
What are we voting on now? What are we voting on? Okay.
Please vote. We have 9 for and 0 against.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Miguel Antonio Lopez versus Houston ISD in the 55th Judicial District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2021-15264, on the terms discussed in closed session effective October 15th, 2021.
Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Nine for, 0 against.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.015C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the permanent superintendent or his designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions as discussed in closed session effective October 15th, 2021.
We have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Eight for, 1 against.
I move that the board approve the balance of the closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end-of-term terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve issuance of fourth-year probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the superintendent or his designee to provide notice of same. That the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective October 15th, 2021.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Eight for, 1 against. We're now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Please vote. Nine for and 0 against.
Donnie wants to go into closed session.
The board will now adjourn to closed or executive session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code Open Meetings Act, subsections 004.071.073.074.076.082.081.083.084 and .089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. We're in closed session at 7:56. Okay. Thank you. This meeting of the board is now reconvened in open session. The time is 8:22 p.m. Hearing of the community. We have now come to the portion of our meeting for the hearing of the community. Since the Houston Independent School District has reopened, the board auditorium and meetings are now open to the public. Any speaker wishing to address the board must attend meetings in person to read their comments. We are glad you are here and look forward to hearing your views. Only those who are registered by 9:30 a.m. today may speak this evening. Copies of handout materials must have been provided to board services by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 28 remaining speakers registered this evening. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. Please understand that this public forum does not allow for dialogue with board members. The board cannot deliberate or respond directly to a speaker in this format. So that each person who has signed up to speak can be heard by the board, we ask that there be no disruptions of the meeting by members of the audience, no abusive statements or actions, no threats or confrontation, and no audible expressions by the audience of approval or disapproval. We ask that you please speak directly into the microphone. The clock on the wall to your right and on the podium will count down your time and will signal when your time is up. I ask that you please respect our procedures and the other speakers and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Would Victoria Gray please come to the podium and state your name?
Good evening, Victoria Gray. If ever there were a time to push education beyond high school, that time is now. If ever there were a time to push education at a historically black college and university and HBCU, that time is now. Good evening, HISD Board Trustees and Superintendent House. I am Ms. V, a former 13-year HISD highly effective teacher. Now, you've heard from some of our Thrive Scholars earlier, and we are jubilant about our first cohort graduating in 2022. Thrive is the HBCU premier college readiness and career readiness program and is available to all HISD high schools. And we love helping our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students get into college. The inaugural cohort comes from Trustee Guidry's District 9 High School, South Early College High School, where Mr. Guerrier is the principal. Cohort 2, class of 2023, comes from District 9 again, Worthing High School, Principal Hare, and South Early College High School. Now, we're excited about the high schools that want to see their scholars thrive. Cohort 3, class of 2024, comes from District 1, Trustee Santos, thank you. District 2, Trustee Bluford Daniels, thank you. District 9 again, Trustee Guidry, thank you. And as soon as those POs are received, we will have 100 Thrive Scholars representing North Early College High School, Principal Brooks, Wheatley High School, Principal Williams, Mickey Leland College Prep Academy, Principal Crooks, Madison High School, Principal Brown, Worthing High School, Principal Hare, and South Early College High School, Principal Guerrier. Every campus needs to thrive because Thrive is inclusive and available to all students from all ethnicities. Thrive is student-driven and HBCU focused. 98% of our cohort 1, class of 22, are.
Thank you. Crystal Toussaint. Crystal Toussaint. Travis McGee.
Good evening. The 3 hours that I've been sitting here, I've heard the word safety very little. It's a lot going on in these schools, and we don't need to wait till it's a Columbine here in Houston, Texas for y'all to do something. Bullying shouldn't be a month. It should be period. Bullying should not be tolerated, period. As a parent and taxpayer and activist, I'm very concerned about the safety of our children on these campuses. Even though we see school shooting after school shooting, bully issue after bully issue, our district has done zero to address safety. We need to use those discretionary funds to put more officers on these campuses. We need to figure out what these officers who are on the campus, what they're doing and what they're not doing. I had an incident with my kid last week. I still haven't received a phone call from the administration as of today. Bullies are normally bigger, older kids. What do you tell a 100-pound kid when you got somebody 250 pounds slinging them around? Don't tell them to go and find you. I'm here telling you all now that it's a problem all over the district. Just because the administrators are not reporting it does not mean it's not happening. But we're expecting too much out of these kids. The only test I'm worried about my kids passing right now is the COVID-19 test and make it back through my door safely. That's what y'all concern should be also. This has to stop, man. All over this. At Yates today, it was a knife on campus. That kid could have died. It keep coming up, but nobody's paying attention. When are y'all going to start listening to the kids? They going to the counselors. They going to the principals. They going to the HISD police. And they're not writing the reports up right either. That's why the district attorney cannot accept the charges. Somebody got to give a damn about these kids like I give a damn about my kid. I give a damn about all the kids in this district. So y'all want somebody to come and tell y'all something on behalf of the 276 schools in this district? I'm telling you something. But I'm not going to be one of those parents, man, where y'all come out with no damn candlelight visual and stuff. We telling y'all it's a problem right now.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Elizabeth Weaver.
Masks are harming our children. They impair our kids' abilities to learn critical communication skills and to see fresh faces and take social cues, as mentioned earlier tonight. Studies show an increase in anxiety, depression, and suicide among young children, and it's no surprise. You are psychologically damaging them by insisting that they are in danger and that they are a danger to others. It is our duty not only to protect our children, but to ensure that they can thrive. Their incredibly low COVID risk should be celebrated and reflected in school policy. I was glad to see you also interested in the data regarding career readiness. Where is the data being used to support HISD's mask mandate? You have been unable to provide parents with this evidence despite repeated requests. Why? Because the data does not exist. Your ignorant and cowardly decision to continue this illegal mask mandate is resulting in another year of diminished education and growth for our children. This year, we were pigeonholed into attending HISD because you announced the mandate only days before school started, but make no mistake, we're not gonna put up with this. You're gonna see tons of families leaving the district, moving to the suburbs, pursuing private school or homeschooling to escape your illegal, unsupported, and absurd attempts at controlling our children's health. It's my child, it's my choice. Please end this mask mandate now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Brett McGill. Stephanie McGill.
I'm going to pull down my mask so that y'all can actually hear and understand me. My 5-year-old would be reprimanded for doing the same thing in his HISD school. COVID is not threatening the children of our district. Masks are. Here's the local data. 1, local mask optional schools have virtually the same per student case rate as local mask mandated schools. Look at our neighbors in Spring Branch. 2, COVID cases in Harris County are way down. And 3, last year's HISD test scores were abysmal, with at least 41% of students failing to meet basic standards. What more could you possibly need to see to lift this mask mandate? The approximately 0% fatality rate for children with COVID? Are we supposed to actually believe you care about educating our children? This mask mandate is a complete abuse of your power. It is anti-data, it is anti-children, and it is anti-education. You all are accountable for failing these children and failing this district.
Thank you, Ms. McGill. Lauren Druby.
My name is Lauren. I am a mother of 3. I'll start today's discussion by saying that COVID is serious and terrible virus. My husband and I are both vaccinated, and we wear masks when the data demonstrates that they are necessary and effective. Masks for elementary children do not meet either of these criteria. You are elected to serve Houston's children. You must evaluate data and make decisions based on evidence. We have asked repeatedly for the data used to make your decision to impose this mask mandate, and you're unable to provide it because it does not exist. The surrounding school districts with mask optional policies have the same or better COVID numbers than HISD. Let me repeat, there are no studies available for children under 12 that masks are an effective mitigant against COVID. Are you prepared for the funding consequences of a continued flight from HISD to other school districts? COVID does not present a meaningful threat to children. According to NIH data, children 14 and under are 5 to 10 times more likely to die from the flu. This week, the New York Times compared the risk to children to that of a vaccinated 70-year-old, which is to say, no risk at all. The negative social and developmental consequences of prolonged masking of elementary children, of taking away their ability to interact with their classmates, is immoral. Have you asked yourself how a 5-year-old can sit in a classroom for 7 hours a day with a mask covering their face? Do you wonder how it's impacting their development, their reading? We saw the scores, right? How about the low-income kids who cannot bridge this gap at home with tutoring and extra parental help? This mask mandate is illegal, immoral, and you will be held accountable. Follow the science, unmask our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Drewby. Laurel Gandler.
Can you repeat the name?
Laurel Gandler. Marco Troiani.
I'm a concerned parent of a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old attending one of your schools. I don't want to be here today, but the conditions you impose on my children force me to take action. You're forcing my children to wear masks for 5 to 6 hours per day, 5 days per week. I don't believe the risk-reward of mask wearing works in favor of my children. I think this forced condition is physically and psychologically hurting my children. This is very concerning to me. I would like to know what moral and legal standing you have and science backing to force these masks. If you do not have any supporting documentation, please make it available. Today, I'm asking you to please provide an easy process for a parent like me to obtain a medical and religious exemption to your mask mandate. I ask you to do this within the next 5 days to limit the damage that you already caused to my children. Otherwise, you leave me with no other option but to unite with concerned parents like me to file a lawsuit against you. Believe me, this is not what I want to do, but it's my God-given duty to protect my children. May God bless us and give us the strength to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troiani. Angela Villagomez. Angela Villagomez. Mark Collette.
Superintendent, trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to speak in favor of the district complying with the forthcoming federal COVID vaccination requirements for large employers. Pretty soon, you all are going to have to make a really hard decision about this. You've already demonstrated your courage and integrity when you required masks at all schools upon abundant scientific and medical evidence of their effectiveness. And now you're reaping the rewards. We have had months of instruction that has been largely uninterrupted by COVID outbreaks at our schools. One exception to that is my son's first grade class at Harrod Elementary School. His teacher has been out with COVID since September 10th. It's been over a month. We think the students are falling behind their peers. We're having problems receiving communication from the school, and we haven't received assurances that there's a long-term plan in place for our kids to get caught up after the absence. I don't know the teacher's vaccination status. That doesn't matter right now. What does matter is that vaccines drastically reduce the risk of a teacher contracting COVID, and especially complications such as long COVID. You have the power to prevent this from happening again and again in our district. You have one basic job before any other: to ensure our kids have a safe environment conducive to productive learning. You put that priority first when you required masks. I wish that you would enforce your mask mandate in your facilities here tonight, and everywhere, and set an example that it's serious and that you're going to take it seriously. I beg you, as the parent of a kid who is at the risk of falling behind, put their health and safety first again. Have the courage to adopt those requirements when they come down from the federal government. Get our staff and teachers vaccinated. Keep our kids safe. Keep our teachers safe so that they can keep learning and teaching the best that they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collette. Samuel Kiteka? Samuel Kaitka? Mike Seljeski. Mike Segelski. Benjamin Zwirik. Benjamin Zwirik. Christina Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Christina Ashley Robinson. I'm the parent of Brandon Robinson Jr. that spoke earlier this evening. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today about the Thrive program. I personally attended an HBCU, Spelman College, and exposing my son to the many diverse and excellent HBCU institutions throughout the country has always been something that I have wanted for him and is very important to me. My husband and I were thrilled when he came home and talked about joining the inaugural class of the Thrive program. Ms. V was previously Brandon's advisor, so we had interacted with her on many occasions, and we're very excited when she started the program. Thrive provides multiple opportunities for students to be exposed to HBCUs and the proper process to prepare them to apply and attend them. Each month, Brandon attends interactive and informative workshops on a number of topics with like-minded high school students. My hope is that more students throughout the city and the country will have the opportunity to participate in this program. I have seen a fire ignited in my son that I wish all students to obtain. If there's anything we can do to propel this program forward and sustain it for many years to come, we are happy to do so. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Sam Smith.
Good afternoon, Board Member Superintendent. My name is Sam Smith. I have been to several schools this year so far. The school maintenance in the front, like grass is not getting cut. We need to keep up with the school maintenance. It's like telling our school is trash, and that's wrong. Safety. Number two, Shady Deal Elementary. The principal up there is unprofessional and very rude. I just helped a parent who had an issue at the school. She told the parent, I'll meet with you when I feel like it. I think that's unprofessional and that's rude. I think the principal need to train how to be professional to her parents. And thirdly, we need North Florida High School need a patrol car back on that campus. North Florida High School don't have school zone signs. A lot of students in that area, they walk to school. So the way Mesa is, we don't have lights right there. So we ask them to get the patrol car so we can put the lights on or get some school zone signs. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Haley Radar de la Garza.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Superintendent House. My name is Haley de la Garza. I hold 2 separate faculty appointments at medical institutions here in the Houston area, and I practice actively in pediatric anesthesia. I'm also the mother to 2.5 little boys that attend HISD schools. All that to say that I don't have a lot of free time, so me being here should tell you how important the issue of our maintenance in our schools is actually pretty deplorable at this point in time. My son is a third grader at Poe Elementary School. He recently sustained an entire week without air conditioning in his school. I was not notified by anybody at this school that this was occurring and only figured it out when he returned home on a Friday dehydrated. I thought surely HISD and the school would fix this problem over the weekend. Unfortunately, I received an email on that Monday from his teacher as a call for help, asking for fans to help cool the classroom off. I've since done a lot of research and a lot of investigation. I've had multiple emails back and forth with various members and employees here at HISD. At one point, one of the employees in charge of maintenance asked me if I could provide her with the open work orders at our school. Much like I would not ask anybody that works at HISD what kinds of surgeries I'll be providing anesthesia for, I should not have to provide this information to this person. Furthermore, this person said that the maintenance had been addressed, that the school air conditioners had been fixed, and the very next day a fifth grade classroom was documented at over 85 degrees for the day. This is absolutely unacceptable for our children. Nobody in this room would work in those conditions. I wouldn't work in the hospital in those conditions. We've got to get these things fixed and stop putting Band-Aids on things that need knee replacements. Thank you so very much for your attention. I really appreciate your time here.
Thank you, Ms. De La Garza. Uyiosa Elegon. Uyiosa Elegon. Angela Box.
Hi, I'm Angela Box and I'm a former HISD teacher. My first question is, why are leftist millionaires in California donating thousands of dollars to HISD school board members? Seems a little strange, no? And by the way, why are you all still wearing masks? Didn't you get the memo from your homegirl Rashida Tlaib? It's political theater. The fact that you will not end this charade, but instead keep it going for political purposes is monstrous. I wonder if Biden sent his goons to arrest us after this meeting tonight. But don't worry, unlike the violent leftists of BLM and Antifa, we don't riot, loot, murder, assault, and burn down cities. We just confront you with passion and facts. Critical race theory is indeed being taught at HISD. CRT teaches children to judge people based on the color of their skin, not the content of their character. It tells people of color they are less than white people and cannot get ahead in life because white people are holding them back. It tells white people that we are evil oppressors. CRT also promotes the idea that math, grammar, linear thinking, literature, classical music, and being on time are hallmarks of white supremacy. Leftists are sending out propagandized students into the world as angry, ignorant stormtroopers ready to do their radical bidding. In addition to CRT, Marxism, radical feminism, and transgenderism are just some of the nuggets HISD considers to be educational and worthwhile. Thank you very much to RestoreAmericaNow.org for these resources. I know that none of you currently sitting on this board will ever let go of the scam of the masks or the evil lies of CRT or whatever other garbage you're shoving down the throats of our vulnerable children. That's why we are going to defeat every last one of you and replace you with citizens who believe in the concept of content of character and allow our children to think freely, to live freely, and to breathe freely again. By the way, let's go, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Box. Our next speaker is Jana McEwen.
Good evening. My name is Jana McEwen, and I have 3 children, 2 of which currently attend Sinclair Elementary in Timber Grove. While Sinclair is a wonderful school, I do have some concerns. My 5-year-old comes home nearly every day upset. Without divulging too much due to privacy concerns, he's being exposed to daily violence and disruptive behavior in the classroom. While every child does deserve a free and fair education, every child also needs to feel safe. Right now, there are children in the classroom that do not feel safe.
Upon speaking with his teacher, I found out that there's no aide to help her at all, and there's also no school counselor present on campus or on the majority of elementary schools. What are my tax dollars paying for? In HISD, the school's hands are practically tied until 3rd grade in terms of dealing with bad behavior. And by that, I mean you cannot expel or suspend a student. I firmly believe that it is not the responsibility of the government or the schools to raise our children. It's the job of the parents. With that being said, HISD is failing our children and our teachers. How do you expect a teacher to instruct when she's having to prevent little Johnny from being stabbed in the eye with a pencil, while little Susie is sitting in the corner bawling her eyes out because she's terrified? We need help in the schools. Our children deserve better, and so do our teachers. Instead of wasting money on equity, why don't you put the money back into the schools so that the teachers can get the support that they need? It's the least you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McEwen. Lacey Ackley.
I have 2 points to make tonight. My daughter also goes to Sinclair. She tells me consistently that the printer is broken at school. A few weeks into the school year, our teachers reached out to parents to donate a backup printer to the class to avoid interruption of printing materials. Additionally, I've been told by my child that water leaks from the roof onto her desk in the classroom. Property taxes have been increasing steadily in Harris County, thus increasing the revenue that HISD receives. My street alone in Timber Grove is lined with 88 houses. I paid $4,526 tax dollars to HISD this year. If every house on my street paid a minimum of $4,500, my one little street in Harris County would have generated a total of $396,000. Why are our teachers having to ask parents for printers and we have leaking classrooms? Additionally, our teachers are underpaid and their motivation is deflated by this district's use of funds. What data is the district following that shows we must continue masking our kids? Why can't we let our children see the fresh faces, like Ms. Santos says, and the expressions of their teachers and peers? Please stop. Enough is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Ackley. Jackie Abreu Hill.
Good evening. Seems like a lot of people have already taken a lot of the things I wanted to say. And honestly, I don't even want to read it. It's very hard. A lot of you don't even look at us. We're frustrated. We're tired of this. We're here because we care. We pay our tax money. I had to send my kid to private school because I was tired of this. I pulled him the week before school started because I didn't want to deal with this. But I still do because I pay for it. And now I'm paying double. But I will say this, my child has learned more in the last 3 months than he has in the last 3 years in HISD. And I'm paying for it. And I know not every kid has that option and every family has that option. So I have to sit here and advocate for these other children. And it's frustrating for us. We sat quiet for years because we didn't want to get involved in politics. We didn't want to get involved in this local stuff. It was too much. Most of us, myself included, didn't care. Now I care and everybody's up in arms about it. Everybody's tired of hearing about it. Everyone's sick and tired about hearing about masks. Everyone's tired about hearing about COVID. It's annoying at this point. We know, I lost my father to COVID. I don't believe in the mask. I don't believe in the vaccine. That's my choice though. That's my choice. Because my father was killed. And I have the evidence, but it doesn't matter what we say, what we do, how much proof we have. You people don't care. And that's our frustration. I can read all day long of things that I can prove show proof of, but it doesn't matter. And we're frustrated, and we want new people on this board, and we're going to get new people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abreu. Ashley Solano.
Mad mom. I'm mad because I've been waiting since April for HISD to approve my son's medical mask exemption. Since April. I'm mad because surrounding districts approve medical exemptions and religious exemptions in one day or in just a few hours. I'm mad because you're making medical decisions for other families. I'm mad because ESSER funds are tied to masking and vaccines. I'm mad because Millard here is going around town taking photos maskless with 50 Cent, the mayor, his frat brothers, and the Touchdown Club. I'm mad because children are getting bloody noses, anxiety, asthma, headaches, and collapsing due to masks. I'm mad because the district is $4 billion in debt and welcoming lawsuits from the state and parents for not following the governor's order. I'm mad because there are sexually graphic books and CRT, SEL related books in our schools. I'm mad because the teachers union is dropping over $150,000 into some of your campaign funds. I'm mad.
Thank you, Ms. Solano. Nicole Vogler.
Okay, hello, thank you for having me. My name is Nicole Vogler, and I'm a parent of 3 children at Poe Elementary School. We've been at Poe for 5 years, and in these years, I've seen the school deteriorate. And I've witnessed the quick fixes and the Band-Aids the HISD's maintenance team has used to close these work orders that we have requested. Nothing has ever done properly at that school. It's a 92-year-old building. It's a historic building in Houston, and we love it, but it's treated so poorly with the maintenance team. Our children and Poe's faculty are suffering the consequences of this, from HVAC issues that have spanned years to water leaks and mold issues. Poe Elementary is a serious health and safety concern and issue at HISD. However, it's constantly overlooked. Our hardworking and persistent PTO have submitted work order after work order, year after year. All of you have heard about this, either through emails or other parents coming up and telling you. And I just don't understand why our kids still have to suffer without a good working AC or ventilation during the pandemic. I mean, what a crazy thought. This room is freezing cold, but Poe Elementary is 85 degrees all day long, and you expect the kids to learn and the poor faculty to teach them? It makes no sense to me. This building is gorgeous, so where's the money going? There's other problems. Our kids don't have bathrooms that work. Often my son comes home and says there's only one toilet in the whole school that's working properly. That's disgusting. They don't have, the water fountains are broken. Well, we're supposed to stay hydrated, but they can't refill their reusable water container. What is our district doing? We pay you guys millions of dollars in taxes every year to provide our communities with safe schools. HISD is a mess, and it's your responsibility as a board to make a change. Please don't let our health and safety issues at Poe continue to be overlooked. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vogler. Meredith Kotler.
Hi, good evening. I'm Meredith Kotler, parent of 2 Poe Elementary students. Water leaking from the ceiling, stagnant, humid air, toilets that don't flush, broken water lines since the ice storm, leaving water fountains with no water on the playground when it's 100 degrees outside, non-functioning electrical outlets, power outages, HVAC failures, mildew and mold in the library. These are a few of the daily health and safety problems inside the 92-year-old building at 5100 Hazard Street. Poe Elementary's 791 students work hard, and their 38 dedicated teachers love their school, but it is falling apart. Trustees and Superintendent House, please direct your attention to the public health and safety crisis facing the students at Poe Elementary. We ask that you please immediately expedite the work orders that are standing to fix the critical plumbing, AC, and maintenance concerns documented by the principal, Poe PTO, and Poe facilities team. Complete a comprehensive facilities assessment and action plan. I think one was done February 2020, but then everything went away. Allocate necessary resources to remedy all health and safety concerns to ensure a safe building that allows teachers and students to function at their highest potential. Thank you for taking time and for taking action on this urgent matter.
Thank you, Ms. Cotler. Whitney Martin.
My son was denied an education by this district. Your board document clearly stated that you would honor religious exemptions that prohibits the wearing of masks. The district told me in short, will honor your sincerely held religious beliefs, but would make no or little accommodations. I met with the Levitt principal and was told if my son came maskless, he would be put in an isolation room. Let me ask you this. Would you want to be in an isolation room as a 5-year-old and then harassed to put on a mask? Ask yourself that. And would not be able to receive an education despite sending his religious exemption. I requested an appeal to such a decision, and I was told there was no appeal process. If you say you're going to honor exemptions, do it, or let it be parent choice. Currently, you are lawless. I come with a warning to all of you seated above. There is someone higher than you, and his name is Almighty God. Have you forgotten? For there is no creature hidden from his sight, but all are naked and exposed to the eyes of him to whom he must give account. You mess with God's children, you mess with God. Matthew 18:16, look it up. Do not be fooled by the enemy's lies, for he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Awaken, awaken, I say awaken. The dividing line has been drawn. To whom will you serve? Time is running thin, and you must choose. Justice is coming.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Sam Reiner.
Thank you for taking the time to hear us. Public service is not easy. I did not feel tonight was very efficient, but I'm not in charge of all the meetings, and I know y'all got a lot on your plate. It was my assumption after the millions, and when I mean that, millions of examples across the whole world of kids not wearing masks, that we would just kind of figure out it's not necessary. I mean, I'm not that worried about something that my kids are literally, we use this term a lot, but they're literally more likely to be struck by lightning. I'm not afraid of them not wearing a mask. For the parents that want them to wear one, they should be allowed to do so. I'm having and seeing all kinds of problems for my kids. I mean, they're different people on the weekends. The masks are more likely to give them other sicknesses like flu. I know that went away, but there's a lot of things out there that are far more dangerous to kids. Adults have issues like race and confrontation in politics, but there's a time and place for everything. And in a schoolroom, those things should not be in there, all right? I mean, it doesn't take a genius or a so-called educated person to understand critical race theory. I've been reading it. It's not that complicated, but there's language in there. If y'all haven't read it, I'm begging you to read it. There's language in there that would literally make your stomach turn. I don't care what color you are or where you're from. It's not something for young kids, all right? Adults hash those things out. I don't want it taught. Right now, my kids like their school. They like their teachers. We don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to look up one day and say, oh, I wasn't paying attention. I really assumed these were basic things. I had no idea. There's 93 districts in Florida that made the mask not mandatory, and another 13 that kept it mandatory. There's no difference. This is played out over and over. I mean, England, their kids don't have a mask. So if there's no change, what's going wrong? I don't understand that. I really don't. I appreciate you taking time.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. Quinn Vora. Quinn Vora. Is there anyone who's here that did not get their name called? That's on the list. Thank you. We're now ready to hear reports and comments from board members. Please limit your time to 1 minute per trustee. We can start at Trustee Song.
I'll pass, thank you.
Trustee Guidry?
I'd like to take this time to thank Ms. B and the Thrive students who came out, who spoke tonight, as well as the students who honored Sergeant Dickey. Thank you so much for your patience and your controlled behavior. And last but not least, I'd like to say Happy National Principals Month. Thank you, President Allen.
Trustee Hernandez?
Good night, everyone.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Thank you for the opportunity to share some comments this evening. I do want to call to attention to constituents that there are 2 more listen and learn sessions happening in District 2. They're happening on October 25th from 5:30 to 6:30 at North Forest High School, and on October 28th from 5:30 to 6:30 at Wheatley High School, where you'll have the opportunity to have some. And October 19th, where at? At Madison High School as well, where there's an opportunity to have dialogue with Superintendent House to inform the strategic plan. So thank you for all of the work done so far. We look forward to receiving an update or a draft at the end of the month or November. Looking forward to that. Also wanted to say happy Principal Appreciation Week month as well, along with winding down Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you to Team HISD for everything that you're doing to educate our children and keep our children safe. And also just another announcement that there are still vacancies in several departments and that we're hiring. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. I just want to say there's just a couple more days, 1 more day to celebrate. Make sure you celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. Trustee Cruz?
Gracias a los estudiantes que vinieron a hablar y estoy muy orgullosa que podemos celebrar el mes de la herencia hispana. Y gracias por todos los que están usando la mascarilla. Thank you for those of you that respected our mask policy. Buenas noches.
Trustee Blufer Daniels?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent House, for supporting our request in District 2. Primarily at North Forest and Wheatley to have additional listen and learn sessions. And also, I just want to mention about the Lockwood Bowl that's coming up. So go Cats, go Rams, and go Astros.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Allen. First of all, thank you to Ms. Victoria Gray and all of the students that came out from Thrive and that are engaged. It's an example of positive culture and what educators do every day in the lives of our children. I want to give a special shout out to Sergeant First Class Freddie Dickey and all the students whose lives he changed. That was evidenced here tonight. Educators make a difference in our kids' lives, and our kids take action because of them. We must honor, respect, and treat them like the professionals that they are. And like Mr. Santos said, our renaissance is in each and every one of us. It's up to us to be able to get out of our comfort zone and have these courageous conversations because of the lack of diversity in this room and not actually putting yourselves in other people's positions is really disheartening. You know, we talked about, there was a young woman that talked about the content of character, or I should say lack thereof tonight, because the majority of our students, parents, teachers want to feel safe, and we want to discount all of those voices. And you threaten to leave instead of coming together as a community to make things better. You run, so. So, again, thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Trustee Dygard? Trustee Dygard?
Thank you for coming out tonight, and I just challenge us to continue having these courageous conversations.
Trustee Dygard?
Thank you. I want to thank you, Superintendent House. I very much appreciated our conversation with progress monitoring tonight, and to our staff to help us understand where our students are, where things are going well, where you're working on improving them. I look forward to future presentations on that. And thank you to all of our educators, who are working the tough job to mitigate and accelerate the learning for our kids from these past couple of years of disrupted learning. I do want to call attention to our speakers about the facilities tonight. I know we have a new administrator that is overseeing facilities, and I hope that there is a plan and system in place to catch up on some of the challenges that our facilities have been experiencing. I know it'll take time, but I'm hoping that y'all are gonna have a plan for that in short order so our kids have safe and healthy learning environments. And as always, again, thank you to my colleagues. I think we're making a good team. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees, for your reports. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any reports for us at this time?
I just have one item, and just FYI, I sent this item to each of you, so you have it, plus a few more. I promised you a while back a strategic look at where we're going as a school system. Of course, being here just over close to 65, 70 days now, I wanted to get a handle on exactly what that strategic planning is going to look like in terms of a multi-year plan. So this is a snapshot of what is currently going on. I have a couple slides here, and I'm not going to go through it in detail because what I would like to do is offer you the opportunity to take a close look at it. Like I said, I've sent it to you just here in the last few minutes. And then individually in our one-on-ones have more conversation around any other insights that you might have. Here's a different view of it. My clicker worked. This is just a timeline of what this will look like in terms of the strategic work and strategic plan. I'm excited about the individuals that we've gotten involved, the technical assistance that we're focusing on, and the direction that we've talked about. I've heard several conversations around facilities. We've got to move forward with the bond issue. We've got to do better. But we've got a plan in place, and this is what it will look like as we move towards the future. I look forward to having those conversations individually with you. I will point you towards the February, March area. We'll be doing board trustee feedback and conversation roundtables with different folks in the community, groups, to gather as much feedback to make this as informed as possible as we move forward. So this is the snapshot that I promised you. I look forward to formalizing this and bringing back eventually a plan that will move us forward as a school system. Like I indicated earlier, there's been a cross-section of individuals that have been involved. This has been sent to you as well. This is the district's cross-functional team that has been responsible for planning and executing the plan. That's just not something that I plan to do in isolation. I've said over and over, this is an hour plan. That's why we put together these 13, 14 town halls. That's why we're going to be doing the round tables. That's why we're doing the feedback opportunities, but this team will be the team that will be moving forward with the execution. This excites me, and I know we're heading in the right direction. Lastly, as many of you have indicated, it is Principal Appreciation Month, and we have some phenomenal leaders out there, and I just want to honor them and thank them for their leadership, their focus, and ensuring that our kids get what they need on a daily basis. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you for your presence. Our next regular board meeting is on November the 11th, 2021. Agenda review for that meeting will be held on November the 4th, 2021. There being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:12 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We live in a state where the state government is suing these faithful educational